Chapter 14. At my house, I stripped off my sweaty clothes and tossed on a t-shirt and a pair of trousers I had picked up a couple of years ago from an Army-Navy store on Atlantic Avenue. I still had on my ankle holster in .32, and I decided to keep it there. It made me feel safe, which was a particularly good feeling. When I came downstairs, Paula was standing on the first-floor deck, overlooking my tiny beach and the jumble of rocks where a visitor the other night had tried to toss a Molotov cocktail my way. She had a large glass of white wine in her hand and handed me another that had been placed on the deck's railing. She looked out at the ocean, at the slow swelling of the waves and the lights from the Isles of Shoals. There were the low running lights of a freighter heading into Porter Harbor, farther north, and I wondered what cargo they were carrying. She sighed, saying, "I never get tired of this view. Not once. Of course, the few times you've invited me here, I've never really gotten the chance to get tired of the view." She arched an eyebrow and took a sip from her glass. I held mine up in salute and said, "Just a precaution on my part to make sure you didn't get bored." "Huh! Fat chance of that happening." She put the glass down on the railing and placed her hands on the worn wood, tossing her blonde hair in the slight breeze. She yawned and then giggled, covering her face. "Tired? Or is it the company?" I asked. "Oh, definitely not the company. It's those selectmen meetings. Trying to keep a straight face and take good notes while they blabber on can be exhausting. I was up early today, covering some damn breakfast business meeting for the chamber, and that meant I had to listen to Fowler prattle on, and when I get to the selectmen's meeting, I had to listen to him all over again. Jack Fowler in the morning and evening is sometimes more than I can handle." "Democracy isn't always pretty," I said. "I guess." "Tell me something," she said. "Do you know the guy back up there at the parking lot? The valet guy from the Lafayette House?" "No, I don't think so." "Odd," she said. "I had the strangest feeling, after we left my car up in the lot and came down here in yours, that he was looking at you." "So maybe the valet Parker was in Felix's pay." "It could be. Just a friendly face, that's all. He's probably never seen me come down here before with a woman." She punched me slightly in the ribs. "Ha! I find that hard to believe, Louis Cole." "You do?" She turned and wiggled her nose at me like a rabbit. It's one of her many skills. "Yes, I do." "What is it with you, Louis? You got something against me, or against women in general? I know I've been sending you the signals, and I know you've been receiving them. What's the story?" She had been smiling while saying that, but it was an uneasy smile, one that wasn't held up by much. I took a sip of the cool wine and let it rest against my tongue for a moment while I eyed her, standing there on the deck in shorts and sandals, her blonde hair tossing a bit in the breeze, the outline of her lace bra clear through the soft white fabric of her blouse. The wind blew some more, and her ears poked through her hair, which she hated, and it made me smile. I cleared my throat and said, "Another woman's got a hold on me a bit. Not as much as a year ago or 2 years ago, but the grip is still there. It's still something I'm dealing with. It's not something I'm happy about, but it's there." She seemed to shrink a bit and hunched her shoulders forward. "Oh, should have figured as much. Another woman. You seeing her?" "No, I'm not," I said. I looked out at the wide ocean, wondering how it would be to lose oneself in all that water. "I'm afraid she's dead, Paula." Out near the horizon were the lights of an aircraft heading to the northwest. A KC-135 refueling tanker going to land at McIntosh Air Force Base near Porter. The lights were followed by another, and I could make out the faint whisper of the jet engines. Paula put a hand through her hair and said, "It seems like it's been a while." She tried to stifle another yawn and failed. "It has." "And she's still got a hold on you. She must have been a hell of a woman." I rested my elbows on the railing and said, "In her own way she was, but it's not like she walked on water. It's just that I knew in seeing her and being with her, I just knew that she was the one. You always hear about people joining together and they make adjustments and compromises and they hope for the best, hoping that they're making the right choice. That didn't happen to me, Paula. I knew right from the start that this one was right, that she was the one, and that she felt the same way about me. Then she died before we got married, before we got to do much of anything. Since she died, it's like a part of me's still wounded, and I have to keep the memory of her, well, alive, I guess. Sounds stupid, right?" She shrugged. "It sounds like it's something right for you. But what are you saying? You're going to stay celibate the rest of your life?" I half smiled, took another sip from my wine glass. Hardly. No, I know that one of these days I'll be able to close my eyes and not see her face anymore, not remember any of her features, and then it'll be the right time. One of these days. She moved closer. "What did she die of? Cancer? A car accident?" I remembered promises I had made years ago. "I'd rather not say. I hope you understand." She looked over, frowning. "You know you can be one close-mouthed son of a bitch, Louis Cole. You tell me almost nothing about your background. All I know is that you grew up in Bloomington and that you went to school in Indiana and did some newspaper work and then worked for a few years in Washington. You grin at me and tell me that you were a spy. Who for? You won't tell me, and you won't tell me what you did, and that's it. And then you got the gumption to look at me and ask me questions about things I run into, and I empty my life to you, and for what? What do I get out of it?" I raised my glass. "My charming company, and interesting conversation on occasion. Tell me, you must have some ghosts in your past, a man who's got a hold on your heart." I had unexpectedly said something that struck her, since for a moment it looked like she was 15, biting her lip as if not wanting to cry. And she said, "Guy I went to college with, name of Carl Miller. He was a journalism major with me. Wanted to write great stories and make a difference, just like me. So we planned on going to work in the same area, maybe even work on competing newspapers. And after our journalism work, we'd write great fiction and poetry on the weekends in our luxurious apartment, watch no television, go to great intellectual parties, and we'd be deliriously happy." "So what happened?" I asked. She held on to her glass with both hands. "A few months after graduation, he got some job at a chemical company, writing news releases about how life would be impossible without our friend toxic waste. And now he's probably making 3 times as much as me, and in one breath I can still love him and hate him. Love him for what he was, hate him for what he's become." I said, "Sounds like the heart of a poet to me." "Yeah, right." She finished the wine and seemed to weave a bit, probably from a combination of the alcohol and the hour. "It's your home, Louis, your request. What did you want to talk to me about?" I said, What you've heard, if anything, on what's new with the deaths of Lynn Germano and Henry Desmond." She held the empty wine glass in her hands. "You're asking me stuff about those two cases? Rumor has it that you're banging the police detective in town, so you should be getting the inside story." With that, I almost said, "Screw it. Let me take you back to your car." I didn't feel like playing sparring games with Paula. But she looked tired, and instead I said, "That rumor's not true, and you know it. What I do get from Diane is official. You've got other connections here in Tyler. What are you hearing?" She rubbed at her face. "I do hear some things, and it beats the shit out of me why I'm telling you. But it's just little whispers of connections between Desmond and that waitress from Massachusetts. Stuff I've tried to track down, but so far I've come up with squat. I haven't found anything between the two to connect them. Even with Alice Crenshaw, I was thinking that there was something there with the three of them, but while I'm sure Alice and Henry knew each other a bit, I don't think they were lovers or had some connection. I mean, there's Alice, living in one of the most expensive neighborhoods in Tyler, and old Henry, living in a shack that butts up against a hotel and other cottages. Not what you'd call a breeding ground for a romance. So there's no string to the three of them so far. That's what the whispers have been telling me." Alice. I thought of telling Paula what I had heard from Betsy Tyler, the selectman, but I had other things planned. "Who's been telling you these little whispers?" She smiled. "Well, I guess that's none of your goddamn business, right?" I smiled back. Am I in for another lecture on the First Amendment? "Nope." She yawned again and said, "Excuse me. You know my family up in Dover? They're so proud of me, their daughter who got to be a newspaper reporter. They think it's so glamorous, and they ask me if I'm ever going into television, like I want to become a meat puppet on the tube." "You don't see yourself reporting for Channel 9? "Please," she said in a mocking tone. "I'd have to take a pay cut to do that. No, I want to get to the Globe and then New York or Washington. That's where the real stories are. Maybe then I'll agree with my parents about reporting being so glamorous. Watching small-town officials with equally small minds debate the merits of the Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue isn't my idea of glamour. Covering car accidents or school festivals doesn't do it either. You know, I even went down to Lawrence to try to talk to Lynn Germano's parents." "That's so," I said, trying to hide my interest. "What did you find out?" She shrugged. "The woman wouldn't let me in the front yard. Chased me away. Said she was still grieving and had nothing to tell me. I drove away a block and stopped, and I was so tense I threw up on the side of the road. Scared the pants off a couple of little kids on bicycles. That sound glamorous?" "Not particularly," I said. "But it probably beats covering the selectmen, right?" "Right. Though right now they're probably boozing and eating it up, thankful that another night's passed without the townspeople coming in and lynching them for gross incompetence." Another Air Force jet passed nearby, its landing lights on, sending cones of light that looked like the headlamps of a passing car up there in the sky. "Any favorite place they go to?" "Oh, the usual places," she said. "The Harpoon, the Palace Diner, the Grey Neck Inn. Depends on the mood and who's buying." I took her glass and said, "This night's mine, so let me get you a refill." As I went into the house, she followed me in, sliding shut the doors to the deck. She stayed in the living room while I went to the spotless kitchen. Spotless not because of any extra effort, but because I hardly ever got anything dirty in there. I opened the refrigerator and saw that the bottle she had poured from was empty. I reached in back and pulled out another bottle, Robert Mondavi, the only white wine I buy, and I undid the cork and poured out 2 more glasses. My head was feeling fuzzy, and I was wondering about the options ahead for me, about what I was going to do this night, for I had some ideas, and Paula was going to take part in only a couple of them. I walked into the living room, the 2 glasses in my hands. On the couch, below the framed photograph of the Great White Fleet of 1907, Paula Quinn was stretched out, a hand fallen to the hardwood floor, sleeping soundly, her chest slowly rising up and down. I stood and watched her, seeing the blonde hair across one of the blue pillows, the slim waist and legs, and I thought about Sissy Manning and those eyes of hers that could pierce and seize me with one look. Ah, Sissy. I wondered what it would be like to kneel down and just touch that hair with my face and hands. I went back to the kitchen and poured out the wine into the sink and washed my face, hands, and back of my neck with cold water. From an upstairs closet, I got a red and black wool blanket, and I went into my study for a moment to retrieve a few items. And when I came back downstairs, Paula had turned and was snuggled into the back of the couch. I draped the blanket over her and then touched her hair for a moment. On the back of a junk mail envelope, I wrote her a note and propped it against a lamp on the end table next to the couch. I locked the sliding deck doors and slid in the wooden rod to the runners, and then I went outside to the night air. It was well past midnight. I felt refreshed. I locked the door to the house and went to my Range Rover, ready for some night work. Chapter 15. In the early hours of Tuesday morning, as on most pre-dawn summer mornings, the traffic along Tyler Beach peaked just a bit after 1 a.m., when the bars along the Strip and the many side streets closed. That's the busiest time for the Tyler police, and the regular and summertime officers have to watch carefully and shepherd along the tourists and the residents as they stumble or try to walk in a straight line from all of the drinking establishments on the beach. Most of them crawl back into their bedrooms at the cottages or hotels with no problems. But the cops' blood pressure and tempers rise from those drunks who like to toss bottles at police cruisers or stand on street corners chanting, "Show us your tits," at passing women. With so many people leaving, it was easy to find a parking place, and I walked quickly to the St. Lawrence Seaway Inn, running through my mind what was going to happen, whom I might see, and what I would do. I was running through a little patter in my mind, working out a little scam as I went into the lobby, and I almost laughed as the door closed behind me. It was too easy. There was no one there. Just a pot of coffee on the counter staying warm, and a bell with a handwritten sign next to it that said, "Ring for assistance." And out back, I could hear a television set playing. I leaned over the counter and looked at the room assignments and keys. I was looking for a special room on the 3rd floor. I quickly went up the carpeted stairs to the 3rd floor, heart thumping, wondering what would happen if Derek Cooney or Oliver Mayhew were to pop out. If that was to happen, a scam or patter wouldn't help much, and I knew I wouldn't do anything much except turn and run the hell away. Up on the 3rd floor, I passed the room that was Mayhew's, and I kept on going to the room I had picked, 305. I stood by the door, and just to make sure the room assignment sheet downstairs was correct, I knocked on it. There was no answer. Using the passkey I had so unashamedly stolen the other day, I let myself in. The room was dark, and I felt for a switch on the side, but first I closed the door behind me. It was almost identical to the room that Corrine and Tammy, the 2 chambermaids, were living in, except this one was empty and clean. There were 2 single beds and a low counter with a chained television set, and just on the left was a bathroom, and to the right an empty closet. When I was sure of what the room layout was, I shut off the lights and locked and chained the door. I didn't want someone coming by and seeing a light on in a supposedly empty room. I went to the window and opened the curtain a bit and looked down at Baker Street. The street lights were quite bright, and it was easy to see almost everything. Cars were parked up and down both sides of the street, and people were walking along the sidewalk and in the roadway. There were some shouts, and a dark red car drove by, its rear hatchback propped open and two large stereo speakers booming rap from the rear. A man wearing only blue jeans with a tattoo on his back leaned with both hands against a green dumpster in an alley, almost beyond my view, and started vomiting, moving his bare feet back to avoid the fluids. A woman stumbled by, holding the hand of a young boy, probably 10 or 15 years younger than she. He pushed her into the doorway of a darkened cottage and started kissing her, putting his hand up her t-shirt, and she started bumping her hips against him. I let the curtain fall shut and looked at the red numerals of the digital clock on the nightstand. It was almost 2 a.m. I lay on one of the beds, not pulling down the blankets or the sheets, and waited. I leaned forward and took off the ankle holster and placed it on the nightstand. Just a few feet down from me was Oliver Mayhew's room, his home, his nest. It wouldn't be a long wait. A week or so after Donovan, the man in the fine suit with the taste in Sousa music, had left, my condition had improved so much that I could get out of my bed and walk the corridors of the hospital ward, using one of those frame walkers to support my body. I didn't walk far or walk fast, but it was good to be moving. By then the bandage had come off my left side, and the angry pink and red scar was quite visible. A doctor who didn't want to give me his name told me to examine myself every morning in the shower. From what we know, he said, the tumor is a fast-growing one, extremely fast. Based on what happened to you and what we're, learning, there's a good chance you may get a recurrence, but we can't tell when or how often. The easiest way to detect a new one is for you to check yourself every morning after taking a shower, when your skin is warm and supple. Tell us if you feel anything out of the ordinary, a lump or a bump or a swelling. It can be anywhere on your skin. And what do I do when I get out of here? I asked, trying to keep a quaver out of my voice. Keep on doing that every morning for the rest of my life? Play touchy games in the shower? And what do I tell my own doctor? He turned away, seemingly embarrassed to look at me. That's for someone else to tell you. And I knew what Donovan had planned for me. So I did as I was told. Each morning when I showered by myself in a shower room set in the ward, and that was when I allowed myself to cry and pound the tile walls of the shower and scream at the unfairness of it all. That's the only time I would allow myself to think of Sissy and Carl and Trent. The only time I allowed myself to grieve, for I would not do it in public, would not allow it to be recorded somewhere. And when I was done, I would check my skin and shuffle back to my room, where I could watch television and read magazines and do not much else, and where my quiet requests for visitors or a telephone were smiled away. The hospital ward was shaped like a T, with a nurse's station set at the juncture of the two tiled hallways. The base of the T had a pneumatically sealed door that only opened with a key card that each doctor and nurse wore around his or her neck. One morning, wandering along the corridor, getting my exercise, I saw what lay beyond the door, a short corridor and another door, and a man in a shirt and tie sitting at a table, reading a paperback novel and wearing a shoulder holster. That took care of my plans of overpowering a doctor, stealing his keycard, and then shuffling off to freedom. Most of the patients' rooms were empty, and those 5 rooms that did contain people contained patients who weren't able to join me in my daily exercises. I think there were 3 men and 2 women. They were hooked up with tubes and wires and beeping machines, and 1 or 2 would wake me every night with his screaming and shouting in a language I didn't understand. I knew what horror had placed me here. I had no interest in knowing what horror had caused the others to be in the same place. There was 1 telephone at the nurse's station, and someone sat by that phone every minute of the day. The doctors and nurses were friendly enough, but they had been well trained. They would talk sports and politics and my general health, but questions about where I was and where I was going were always cautiously deflected, like a self-confident hockey goalie playing against an 8-year-old who was just learning how to skate. After the first couple of days, I stopped complaining, and in a while I could sense their change in attitude toward me. I could wash and feed myself, and I seemed content to inch around, getting my exercise, and so I was left alone so I could watch and think and figure, and I noticed some things, including the way the mail left the ward every afternoon. Over the period of a week, I stole a pen, some envelopes, stamps, and a pad of paper, and I then wrote 12 letters while sitting on the toilet in my room's small bathroom. I guessed that my room was monitored, but I had not found a camera lens in the bathroom. A microphone, maybe, but no camera. And every time I wrote a letter and addressed an envelope, I tore them up and flushed them down the toilet. Then one day Donovan came back. He was dressed in the same dark charcoal suit, and he had his briefcase on his knees. And then he started talking, and I raised up my hand and said, "Donovan, shut up. I have something to tell you." He looked up from his open briefcase, eyes looking at me in disbelief over the half-glasses he was wearing. "What did you say?" I said, "Shut up. I have something to tell you. The last time you came here, you and I didn't have much of a conversation. You lectured, I listened, and then you left. Well, it's my turn now, Donovan, and I'm here to tell you that I'm leaving." He allowed himself a small smile. "You are you?" "Yes, I am. I have a fairly good idea of what you and your folks have planned for me. Keeping me here until your medical buddies figure out why I'm still breathing after I was exposed to your marvelous biowarfare experiment. And when you're done with that, well, I'm sure I'll die of heart failure along the way. At least that's what it'll probably say on the death certificate." He said, smiling slightly, "I think paranoia has begun to seize you, Mr. Cole." "Really?" I said, enjoying knowing that his smile would shortly disappear. "And try this paranoid fantasy on for size. A patient being held against his will in a government facility smuggles out letters addressed to a number of newspapers and law firms across the country. They all say the same thing: please open the enclosed envelope if you do not hear from Lewis Cole in person within 2 weeks. And inside the enclosed envelope is a wonderful short story about a research analyst in a black budget section of the Pentagon who was almost killed in a biowarfare accident on a government reservation. There's names, dates, and places, Donovan. And if I'm not out of here soon, that's the paranoid fantasy you're going to have to deal with." His face now looked like it was made out of the same material as his briefcase. "This is a sealed facility. There is no way you were able to smuggle letters out." I smiled at him sweetly, trying desperately to keep my voice calm and level. "At the nurse's station is a wire basket marked outgoing mail. Every day A courier comes in and dumps the mail in his sack. Suppose there's an interoffice envelope marked mailroom in that wire basket, and inside that envelope are a number of envelopes, properly addressed and stamped. Where would they go? I'd guess into the U.S. mail system, wouldn't you? After all, paper, pens, and envelopes were easy to come by in this ward, and the women nurses and doctors stashed their purses in their lounge. Easy enough to rummage through since everyone's so busy, and you'd be surprised how many of them carry stamps in their wallets or change purses. Check it out, Donovan. See if anyone's missing stamps or office supplies. He looked at me for a long while, like he was trying to psych me out with his gaze. And then he snapped his briefcase shut and left the room. In the distance, I heard some shouting. A while later, 2 nurses came in, and in a barely polite tone, asked me to leave the room while they cleaned up. I stood outside, leaning against my walker, feeling cold and exposed in my powder blue hospital Johnny, and they left my room carrying the pens, extra envelopes, and the pad of paper I had stashed between the mattresses of my bed. I smiled at them as they walked by, and I knew that any future patients here, no matter how quiet and good-natured, wouldn't get the same polite and disinterested treatment I had received. My meal that night was late and cold, and in the morning Donovan returned. He didn't bother opening his briefcase. He said, "We did chemical analysis on the paper pad, and it confirms that you wrote some letters, Mr. Cole. A couple of the nurses here also admitted that they thought stamps were missing from their purses, and the same is true of other supplies. But our mail service is adamant that nothing could have slipped by them, which is why every letter and envelope I wrote and stamp I had stolen I had flushed down the toilet." "You feel confident in that, Donovan?" I asked. "To stake your career in whatever stupid games you people play, you plan to rely on the competence of your mail room?" "I don't think so. You could even try to intercept the mail I sent out, but it's been a few days, and all it will take is just one letter to get through, one letter to be opened and read, and then some phone calls are going to be made. We could wait you out." I nodded. "You could. But are you that confident to bet it all?" He kept both of his hands on the briefcase, and for a moment tapped his fingers, and then cocked his head. "What do you want, then?" I took a deep breath, remembering what I had planned and what I had rehearsed. "I want out of here, safe and sound. I don't work for you or anyone else, but in the meantime, you guys set me up. You owe me. I want $100,000 in cash and a monthly stipend. You move me anywhere in the world and supply me with a job that I like that will serve as my cover, and you supply me with the best medical care any time I need it, and then I'll grow old and fat and pretend I never worked for you guys." He crossed his legs. "And what do we get in return?" My silence. "Absolute and complete. I don't say one word to anyone." "How can we trust you?" "You can't," I said. "You can have me sign some National Security Act affidavit if that'll make you happy, but remember those letters out there. If I'm ornery enough, I might follow those up with additional ones, just in case an accident happens to me in a year or two, like a car running me down or a flower pot falling on my head. But that's what I want, Donovan, and it's not negotiable." Donovan said we could still wait you out, see if those letters really do appear. "But the other course is safer, isn't it?" I pointed out. "After all, in the end, all you're looking for is my silence." He looked at me again with those cold and unmoving eyes, and after a moment said, It's a deal. You'll be out of here in an hour." He stood up to leave and said, half smiling, "But you didn't have to bother. You were going to leave anyway, Mr. Cole. We're not quite up to killing off our own people for our own survival and position." I looked up at him, hoping the expression in my face matched the tone in my voice. "Why, Mr. Donovan, I never had any doubt." I sat up against the headboard with a start and looked at the clock. It was 3:05 in the morning. Time to get to work. I swung my legs off the bed and put the ankle holster back on, the Velcro strips binding tight against my skin. I went to the door. After opening it a crack, I could look down the hallway. Oliver Mayhew's door was shut. There was the faint sound of a television set coming from another room. I stepped outside in the hallway and took a few steps, stopping at the red and white fire alarm station. I wrapped my hand in a handkerchief, and remembering faintly the state laws concerning what I was going to do, any person who knowingly gives or aids or abets in giving any false alarm of fire by any means is guilty of a misdemeanor, I pulled it down. No use in leaving fingerprints. The alarm sounded like a bass steam whistle from a boat, repeating every 3 or 4 seconds. I went back to the room and closed the door, leaving it open just a crack. In seconds, the hallway was full of people, in various stages of dress and undress, and a couple of the younger ones were crying and screaming. One of the 2 maids I had met earlier, Tammy or Corrine, I couldn't tell, was running down the hallway, a sheet wrapped around her body and nothing else. I waited. At the end of the corridor, Mayhew stepped out, rubbing at his scalp, shaking his head in disgust. He had on a short blue bathrobe, and he tried to smile at his paying customers as they left, and he wasn't succeeding much. Poor man. He'd have to spend the next hour or so apologizing to his guests for a false alarm, and maybe even give some of them discounts on their rooms. I wish I could have felt sorry for him. When I could see the hallway was finally clear, and the fire alarm still hooted, I sprinted out, the pass key firm in my hand. It went in with no problem, and in seconds I was in Oliver Mayhew's room. It was certainly sweet. The room was just as I remembered it, and Mayhew had been thoughtful enough to leave the lights on. The living room was carpeted with that pale green covering that can withstand M1A tanks rolling across it and still keep its shape. Off to the right was a kitchen area with dishes piled in the sink. Off to the left was an open door to the bedroom. My mouth was dry, and my hands were starting to tremble. I don't think it was so much fear as it was the primal messages my brain was sending to me, with the fire alarm still hooting and with the far-off sound of approaching fire trucks. Part of my brain was busily telling me to get the hell out. I went into the bedroom, wrinkling my nose at the faintly foul odors. Could it have been such a long time since Mayhew had taken a bath? There was a double bed pressed tight against a wall, the sheets and covers piled at one end. Set in the corner of the bedroom was a big-screen television, one of those huge pieces of equipment that make you feel like a football game is being played right in your living room, which some people, for the life of me, think is wonderful. But it was the shelves I had seen earlier that had caught my interest, that had brought me back. One whole wall of the bedroom was covered with shelves, but there was not a single book there. Only rows and rows of plastic black cartons holding video cassette tapes. There were 3 boxes of blank Sony tapes on the floor, and in a corner of the bedroom, where I couldn't have seen earlier because of its angle, was another door. I opened it and saw what looked to be very expensive, very high-tech, floor-to-ceiling video editing equipment. I was trying to see what it was he was working on when he walked back into his apartment. His voice, "God damn it, Stacy! Did you see any kids come in here, pull that freaking alarm? There's no fire here. Do you smell any smoke?" A woman's voice, "No, I don't, Mr. Mayu. And I was at the counter the whole night. Everyone who came in was a guest." Without hesitating, I walked into the small editing room and closed the door behind me. There wasn't much space to move around in. It might have been a closet once, and it was quite dark. I knew there had to be a light somewhere, but I didn't dare turn it on. My .32 was still in my ankle holster, and I had no plans to remove it. Then the sounds of footsteps as he came into his bedroom. Damn it! I wish that alarm would stop blaring. Stacy said something in return, and I couldn't hear it. Either her voice was too low, or the sound of my heart pounding was echoing and re-echoing in my tiny cell. Mayu. Yeah, I knew I forgot to lock this. No way I'm leaving this stuff unlocked. There was a clicking sound as he locked the editing room. I thought, Jesus, to spend the night here. And there was another voice, and Mayu said, Derek, can you get that fucking alarm shut off? It's driving me batty. Derek said something I couldn't make out, and then he said, The fire lieutenant wants to see you now, Mr. Mayu. He said none of us should be up here. More curses, more mutters, and then they all left, leaving me locked and alone in the editing room. I turned the doorknob, and it spun easily in my hand, and I stepped into the bedroom. Like most doors everywhere, thank the gods, it locked only on one side. But that didn't matter. I was going through that door no matter what, because I wasn't going to spend the night in Oliver Mayu's hotel, either in his editing room or in a regular one. The fire alarm stopped its hooting. The sudden quiet was certainly startling. I went through Mayu's bedroom and took down 3 tapes from 3 different shelves, then shuffled through the remainder so the missing ones wouldn't be noticed. I walked quickly through the apartment to the door and went out, slamming the door behind me. Voices on the stairs, coming up. Mayu saying, Damn it, I know the fire chief personally. And I ran down the hallway to the other end, to the lit sign that said fire exit, which almost made me giggle, and I nearly leaped down 3 flights of concrete steps. In a minute or so I was outside, breathing the fresh salt air, moving through the crowds past the parked fire trucks with their flashing and revolving red lights, the sound of their radios loudly echoing off the buildings. The 3 tapes were snug under my arm. As suddenly tired, I made my way to my Range Rover. I drove back home and saw that Paula's car was still there. I hoped that she wasn't up, waiting for me. It would be awkward, trying to tell her what I had been doing for the past couple of hours. I didn't notice the parking valet in the lot, and at that time of the morning I didn't particularly want to. After stopping, I stashed the tapes under the front seat, and then walked the short distance to my front door, listening to the waves, their constant motion, slipping in and out, nibbling every time at the shoreline. In some years distant, this old frame house would fall into the ocean, and the timbers would be carried away to far-off lands. And by then, I hoped, my bones would be dust. I froze as I went into the house. Something was wrong. Most of the lights were off, except for a small one in the kitchen, and in the few moments it took for my eyes to adjust, I saw that the couch was empty. Paula? I bent down and took out the Browning .32, holding it in both hands, walking slowly through my house. It didn't seem right. It didn't seem right at all, and part of me wondered, as I looked at the empty kitchen and the empty living room and the locked glass doors leading outside, if my agreement with Felix didn't cover guests, if it only covered myself. Paula, I repeated, my voice a bit louder. On the kitchen counter was the note I had written on the back of a subscription envelope from Smithsonian. "Paula, off to run some errands, will be back. Stay if you'd like, Louis." The envelope was resting against an empty wine glass. I went to it, the 32 in my hand, and picked it up. Another line had been added below my handwriting. "Louis, I would like, Paula." I holstered the 32 and went upstairs, feeling my heart ease some when I stepped into my bedroom and heard the slow, measured breathing in my bed. I turned and was heading back to the stairs to go back to the living room and open up my couch to sleep there for the rest of the night, when I stopped. There was a soft scent to the air in my bedroom, something new that had never been there before. I closed my eyes and listened to the breathing and the faint rustle as she moved, and I tried to think of other faces and shapes, and all I saw for that moment was Paula Quinn, her blonde hair and fair skin and upturned nose, and the funny way her ears poked out. I opened my eyes, and in the faint darkness and the light from the stars outside, I went to the edge of the bed and undressed, taking off the ankle holster and 32 and putting them on the floor, tossing my T-shirt on top. I stripped down to my underwear. I usually sleep sans pajamas or anything else, but tonight I was making an exception and slipped under the covers. I lay still for a moment. It was quite warm. I reached out with my leg and rubbed it against her thigh. The skin was soft, and I thought of touching it with my hands, but didn't. I lay there a while, listening to Paula breathe, just thinking. Chapter 16. Sometime in the night I awoke. Paula was against my shoulder, and I reached over and touched her and felt that she was wearing a T-shirt. She murmured and moved closer to me. "It's your shirt," she whispered. "I hope you don't mind." "Not at all," I whispered back. There were only the two of us in my house, and there was certainly no real need to whisper, but I felt an obligation not to disturb the moment, not to disturb a thing, so I kept my voice low. She yawned and snuggled against my shoulder again. God, how long it had been since a woman had done that. "You run your errands okay?" That I did. "What were you doing out there?" I thought for a moment and said, "Something I'll tell you, not tomorrow or the day after that, but something I will tell you eventually, I promise you." Even in the darkness, I thought I could sense her smile. "What a newsflash. Louis Cole admits to something and tells me. Tell me another thing." "Yes?" "Did you take advantage of me any time in the past couple of hours?" "No." "Good." She touched my face and said, still in a soft and sweet whisper, "When and if it does happen, Louis, I want it to happen because you want it, not because I crawled into your bed and forced you. I want it to happen because of what you want, nothing else." After a while, I said, "That sounds fine." But by then I think she was asleep, for she said not one word in reply. Even though I didn't get much sleep, I woke up at about 7 a.m. that Tuesday and slipped out of bed, leaving Paula behind, still dozing. I went into the bathroom and took a quick shower, and as I stepped out from the stall, I looked at myself in the steamy mirror. I ran my fresh, wet hands across my skin, across the raised scar tissue on my left side, on my knee, and on my back. Everything seemed fine. I ran a comb through my hair and wrapped a towel around myself and went out into the bedroom. The morning light was quite strong, and she was sitting up in my bed, rubbing at one eye, her blonde hair at tangled mess. She wore my 1986 Red Sox American League Champions T-shirt, which I privately called my eternal second-place T-shirt, and in the early morning breeze that came through the open windows, I could tell that she wasn't wearing a bra. She yawned and said, "Jesus, I've only got an hour to go home and change and then get to work." "You need to change?" I asked, smiling. She grinned, straightening out her hair with a hand. "I go to the Chronicle's offices today wearing what I was wearing yesterday, and that'll cause about a month's worth of gossip. No thanks." I still had on the towel, and she got up and said, "You look pretty good in a towel. Nice scars. You get in a fight or something?" I resisted an urge to look down at myself, partly in shame or embarrassment, and I also didn't give my usual line about fights won or lost. Instead, I shrugged and said, "I've been unlucky a couple of times. Sometimes I've needed surgery. Nothing life-threatening, but something very inconvenient. A small lie, but necessary." I didn't want to discuss it anymore. Instead, I asked, "Breakfast?" "Unless you have an ice-cold Coke and a bran muffin, forget it. That's what I'm in the mood for. But I will use your shower if you don't mind." I held out a free hand. "It's all yours." She winked and walked out of my bedroom, and as she walked by, I saw some skin that wasn't tanned, and I learned that she also wasn't wearing any panties. I got dressed and went downstairs, listening to her sing something in the shower, feeling kind of warm, like the sun was at my back all that morning. Less than an hour later, I was in Diane's cramped office. I had called earlier, wanting to see her, and she had said, "I've got a few minutes before 9 o'clock if you hurry. I've got to get over to the courthouse in Exonia for an appearance this morning." It might have been the court appearance, or maybe an urge to do something new, but she was wearing a skirt that morning, a tan number that reached a couple of inches below her knees. She wore brown shoes with only a slight heel and a white tailored blouse, and a clip holster with her .357 Ruger at the side of the skirt. The matching tan jacket was on a coat rack in the small office. She was at her desk, the other desk still empty. It seemed like there were even more cardboard filing cartons in the office that morning, jammed against the faint green cinder blocks and next to the dented filing cabinets. But the wall chart from the DEA listing drugs and their side effects was still there, as well as the blonde and string bikini poster advertising Charter Arms handguns and gun control. Not much light was getting through the two barred windows, but the office's marijuana plant on the sill looked fairly healthy. As I sat down at her desk, Diane picked up a tape recorder and said, "Here, listen to this." She pressed a button, and there was a hissing noise, and then a loud beep, and then a woman's voice. "Tyler Police, your call is being recorded." Another voice. "There's a body at 12 Dogleg Avenue." There was the click of a phone being disconnected, and then the dispatcher, "Hello? Hello?" A pause, and her voice changed, and there was, "Tyler D1. Tyler D1, go ahead. Tyler D1, report to 12 Dogleg, possible 1054. A 1054 was an untimely death. Fair enough. There are no 10 codes for anonymous phone calls promising a body at a house. Then Diane's voice replying, "Tyler D1 responding. 10-4, Tyler D1. And then a minute or two later, "Tyler D1 at the scene." There were a few more minutes of the radio calls, and Diane came back over the airwaves asking for backup and an ambulance, and a few moments later there was also a call for the Wentworth County Medical Examiner. It all came back to me by listening to the tape, the night air and the crowd around the parked cars, and that awful, thick smell in the cottage, and seeing Lynn Germano hanging there from a rope, her strangled body making occasional slight side-to-side motions. Diane rewound the tape and then replayed the call of the voice announcing the body at 12 Dogleg Avenue. "Hear that voice?" she asked. "What do you think, male or female?" I looked at the black Sony tape recorder. "I don't know. Play it again." She did. I looked up and said, "I'm not sure. It could be a man disguising his voice to sound feminine, or a woman trying to sound like a man. Hard to tell." "Yeah," she said. "That's what I think, too. Had a couple of tape dupes made of the dispatch recording that night, and I've been listening to them here and there and at home on my off hours. You know, I get the craziest feeling that somehow I've heard that voice before." "Really?" I replayed the tape a third time, listening to the pitch of the voice. Someone trying to disguise something. But a man or a woman? I wasn't too sure. And if it wasn't the killer, then it was someone who knew something about Lynn Germano and how she had died. I remembered the way the cottage looked that warm summer night. Everything was locked, and the shades had been drawn. It hadn't been a tourist or a drunk stumbling along Dogleg Avenue who had phoned into the police dispatch after seeing Lynn's body through an open window or door. No. It had been someone who had left the place either after helping hang the strangled body or who had been there soon afterward. So why the police call? Feeling guilty? Or wanting to flaunt what had happened? I said, "You know, there is something odd about that tape, or the voice. You said you had dupes made? How about letting me have one? I'd like to listen to it again later." She passed a cassette over to me without a word, and I slipped it into my shirt pocket, took a deep breath, and said quietly, "You know, I've been thinking about you the past couple of days." "Oh?" she asked, lifting up the skull paperweight to remove some file folders from the top of her metal desk. "What have you been thinking about?" "I've been thinking about all of the times we've had and we've shared, and I've been wondering why you wouldn't tell me that Alice Crenshaw is still alive, that she'd made contact with someone in town." She didn't look at me. She piled one folder on top of another. "We don't know that," she said. "All we know is that a call was made to someone. Didn't have to be from Alice. We have no proof of that. Could be a crank." I said, "You and I both know Betsy Tyler. God himself could come down to speak to her, and she'd demand to see a driver's license or a passport before she believed it was him. If Betsy said Alice had talked to her, then it was Alice. And why didn't you tell me?" She picked up the folders and stood them on end on her desk, as if she were placing a shield of some sort between the two of us, then looked away at the far wall, apparently composing her thoughts. When she finally looked at me, her voice was as quiet as a sharpened razor as she said, "Louis Cole, I don't have to tell you shit, but I will tell you 3 things. First, I'm so goddamn tired that there's a good chance I'm going to fall asleep and run off Route 51 on the way to court today. Second, questions are being raised by the state police and the Attorney General's office over your relationship with Alice Crenshaw. They're looking into your background and they don't like what they see. They don't like the blank spots in your record. They, and I include myself in this, don't like your relationship with Felix Tenios. Being a suspicious lot, they also don't like the odd coincidence of your witnessing Henry Desmond's death and then being at Alice's house when she disappears within the same 24-hour time span. You might just reflect on that in your travels over the next few days and check out the name of a good lawyer on your Rolodex." She stood up and grabbed her tan jacket, saying, "And third, Louis, right now I'll make a deal with you. I don't tell you how to conjugate verbs or adjectives or whatever the hell for your magazine, and you don't tell me how I should do my job. Deal?" Her eyes didn't seem to blink, and the skin across her face seemed stretched, and the scar on her chin was much wider, and these were all warning signals I had seen before. No argument with her would be worth it, and the winning of such an argument would be a worthless victory, as useful as an Allied parachute drop into Nazi Berlin in 1942. I said, "Deal," and walked with her in silence as we both left the station, and she headed west on Route 51 in her Crown Vic, and I headed north along Route 1A, Atlantic Avenue, heading back to my empty home. My business with Diane over for the day, I got home and retrieved the 3 videotapes I had stolen the night before from Mayu and took them into my house. I put the first tape into my VCR and turned on my television, and then opened up the sliding glass doors, listening to the cry of a few gulls circling around out in the tiny cove. I stepped out on the deck and looked at the ocean and the jumbled rocks and my homemade no trespassing signs, and looked up at Weymouth's Point, at Alice's silent and empty house, and I thought about where she might be on this bright and sunny Tuesday morning. To my left were the low wooded hills of Samson Point and the State Wildlife Preserve. Hidden in those trees and brush were underground concrete chambers and gun emplacements built to repel the Spanish in 1898, and then widened and deepened for the Germans in 1918 and in the 1940s. In the 1950s, the great guns had been torn out and carted away, and for a few brief years the station had a radar installation on its grounds, looking for low-flying Soviet bombers coming in to hit McIntosh Air Force Base farther up the coast. But that station had shut down in 1960. Not once had any of the guns for the Samson Point Coast Artillery Station been fired in anger, or even in distemper. Not once. I wondered if the hundreds of sailors and artillerymen who had come in and out of the station over the years had ever felt that their work and their lives had been wasted, had been useless, had been for absolutely nothing. That would have been a sour feeling, one I was all too familiar with. As I went back inside, I checked the answering machine. A steady green light, no calls. Yet Alice had called Betsy Tyler. Why her and not me? Scared of what was going on? Scared of what I might ask? I sat on my couch, underneath the old framed photograph of the Great White Fleet, steaming into history and oblivion, and I looked over at the photograph of Discovery, hoping it would be spared a similar fate. I had the remote control unit in my hand, and played the first tape. The television, which had been set on an all-music station, clicked into static as the VCR unit came on. I sat back on the couch and watched, and watched, and watched. A full 3 hours of nothing but static. What fun! I used the fast-forward button as much as possible, but it looked like 1/3 of my stolen booty from the other night was a blank tape. The second tape wasn't much better. It was a film, taped off one of those movie channels that you get on cable television and that bill you for the privilege. I've never been one to trust those movie channels. They reel you in by advertising 2 or 3 big-name films, and you sign on each month to pay good money for those films and others. Once you get aboard and start getting the movie guide every month, you find out that the others are made-for-television nonsense and films that came and went at the movie theaters with the frequency of an Italian government. This particular movie was about a male pilot in the 1920s that crashed his plane in the wilderness with a young female brat, and for about an hour or so they bleed and yell at each other as they stumble back to civilization. When that charmer was over, my back hurt, and I was hungry, and it was now Tuesday afternoon. I thought of how many sunny Tuesdays in June one got in one's life, and how I had wasted most of this particular one in viewing static, both machine and man-made, and I was in a grumpy mood. I got up and rummaged through the near-empty refrigerator and found an apple in good condition. After I ate the apple and tossed the core off my rear deck for the seagulls, I washed my face and hands and was practically yawning as I played the third tape. More static. Great. I settled back into the couch and flipped on the fast-forward. More static. Then a picture jumped into focus. I switched the VCR to regular play. The picture was slightly grainy, but showed a room. It looked like a hotel room, and it seemed quite familiar. The room was tiny, with 2 single beds, and on the wall where the 2 beds butted up against the plaster, someone had put up a poster for the New York City Ballet. "Oliver, you," I nearly whispered. "You sorry son of a bitch." I watched the tape for the next hour and fast-forwarded it some, and then I made a phone call. Before I left my house, I took another shower. I felt greasy, like I had visited a landfill where bad things smoldered and burned day and night. Felix answered the door, coffee cup in hand, and gave me an odd look as I came into his house, carrying the videotape. He had on a pair of faded plaid Bermuda shorts and a light yellow tank top. He hadn't shaved that day, and his face was covered with a blue-black stubble. We went into his living room, which was next to the large kitchen that was almost the size of my own living room at home. The room had shaded windows that probably looked out over the ocean, or would if someone other than Felix lived here. On the glass coffee table in front of the couch were issues of Boston and Gourmet magazines, and folded copies of the day's Wall Street Journal and New York Times. On the walls were old prints of peasants working fields, their backs hunched over from the weight of the wheat and the tools on their backs. Felix had once told me, "During those few times when I feel cranky about my life, I just look up at those pictures. They show me my ancestors, and they also tell me several stories. One is that I never liked outdoor labor, and another is that my ancestors would have killed their own mothers to be where I am today." Today, as we went into the room, he said, "This is a first, you know. I don't think you've ever told me that you had something for me that might affect my business." Which was no doubt true. I said, "I'm not doing this because of any great respect for what you do, Felix. I'm doing it because I knew this would get your attention, and I'm doing it because there may be something here of mutual interest." He waved an arm at me as he held his other hand open for the videotape. "Don't talk to me about respect. Makes me feel like I'm back in the North End. Let's see the tape." I sat on his couch and instantly felt uncomfortable. My back tightened up and felt strained, and I wondered if the furniture had been designed by Scandinavian socialists who decided to get their revenge on a capitalist society. Felix finished off the coffee and placed the cup on top of a wooden cabinet, which he opened to reveal a large Mitsubishi television set. How a Japanese company that made bombers that killed our sailors and Marines in World War II got to make large-screen television sets that were currently killing our economy was something that I could never understand. It seemed like a bad joke. The set had its own built-in VCR unit, and Felix came back with the remote control. "This better be interesting," he said, sitting down next to me and switching on the television. It was set to a sports channel. "I had someone coming over this evening." "Someone of equal interest?" I asked. He just smiled. Let's just say this someone is better looking than you." The tape came on, and there was no long wait for something to occur, for I had queued it up to when the action started. There was the hotel room, with the 2 single beds and the ballet poster. 2 girls came into the picture from the left, wearing bathing suits and towels over their shoulders. They dropped the towels and sat and talked, and although the sound wasn't that great, their voices came through on the tape. The talk was of the hot sun and the work ahead for the night, and though no names were mentioned, I knew who they were. Tammy and Corinne, the 2 chambermaids. "Young," Felix observed. "Still in high school," I said. "Both of them." One of the girls got up and left the screen. The other, who I believed was Tammy, started combing her hair, and then stood up and deftly removed her light green one-piece suit. Her body was white and pink and soft with baby fat, and she came to the mirror, and the camera zoomed in on her as she walked. She then left the screen, and the tape went blank. "Not very extraordinary," he said. "No, not yet," I said. "Keep on watching." The picture of the room came back on. It was night, for the lamps in the room were on, and they made ghost-like reflections on the mirrored glass. The other girl, Corinne, came in, giggling, holding the hand of a boy who seemed to be about her age. She had on white shorts and a pink top, and he wore jeans and a Tyler Beach sweatshirt, and his hair was almost as long as hers. They both fell on the bed laughing, and though the sound was rotten, it was obvious that they had been drinking. Clothes came off, and there were some muffled gasps and sighs, and then the boy was on top for a while, and then they reversed positions and the girl was on top. While she was on top, the boy spanked her buttocks. Occasionally, the camera would zoom in and out for a close-up on their faces or their pelvises. We watched for a few minutes, and I felt awkward watching something so intimate in the company of Felix Tenios. He sighed and picked up the control and switched everything off. "The rest of the tape the same?" he asked. "Pretty much. There's another section later on, with the same couple." "Where was the tape made?" "St. Lawrence Seaway Inn. Owned and operated by Oliver Mayu," I said. "Those 2 high school girls work there. I would guess that Mayu has that room and others set up with one-way mirrors to film waitresses and chambermaids during the summer as they work for him. That's one thing I learned about him, Felix, that he likes putting his young female employees up at his hotel or cottages." He rubbed at his face with a hand, almost smiling. "Fairly imaginative of our Oliver, though the risks are somewhat high. Suppose you pass the tape along and somebody recognizes his or her daughter or sister. Easy enough to trace back, and then he has to try to manage his businesses with broken kneecaps." "Not easy to trace if the tapes go to Canada," I said. "You suggested something like that before, that he's involved in a cross-border business. Not guns or drugs, though. Homemade pornography. Connections up in Montreal or Quebec who come down for a week or 2 and then smuggle the tapes back across when they leave New Hampshire." The smile on his face widened a bit. "Yeah, I can see that happening. So this is what he's been up to. He's boasted before that this would be his last summer at Tyler Beach. These tapes could be his ticket out." I said, "Not that I'm a connoisseur of stuff like this, but what could the market be? It's amateurish, and there's not much in production values. The sound's awful, and as explicit as it is, there's just the one static shot coming through the mirror. Most of the time you can't even see their faces." He slapped his hands on his thighs and stood up and walked over to the television, closing the cabinet doors. True enough, but there's something about these tapes that could make them very pricey indeed to the right collector with the right kink in him. Easy enough to sell with the right marketing. Think of it, real people, not actors, shot secretly without their knowledge. And the participants are minors, so legally this stuff is child pornography. Put those three factors together, and you could charge a hefty price for each tape, even with the currency rates this summer. So, very interesting. Mayu's probably making a ton of money. But what's my connection? Why did you show it to me? I can't exactly bring this to the police. And why not? I stood up, and we went into the glossy kitchen, and without asking, he drew me a glass of ice water. The small television set on the counter was off, and the 3 tall stools were empty. I said, "You can put your mind to it. I stole that tape, and by stealing it, I made it useless for evidence. Besides, my stock with the Tyler Police Department isn't particularly high this week." "A spat with the attractive Miss Woods?" he asked, only leering slightly. More of a disconnect, which is why I brought the tape to you. I'm sure that you have some weight with Mayu. He opened up a bottle of mineral water and poured it in a crystal goblet, and then opened the refrigerator and pulled out a lime, which he deftly sliced with a tiny knife that seemed like a toy in his huge hands. "Let's assume that I do. Go on." I said, "Isn't what he's doing here with the taping something that he should have cleared with you first? Pornography being the industry that it is, and especially this type of pornography." "Louis," he said, still working with the knife. I rested my hands on the back of a wooden stool. "No, not that I think you would have been interested in getting a percentage of whatever he was making. No. I was thinking of him asking for your permission as a symbol of respect before he started all of this. Shouldn't you have known of this taping beforehand?" He crushed a piece of lime between his fingers, squirting it into his mineral water. "You've been seeing too many movies. That talk about respect goes with the spaghetti eaters, not with me." "I haven't seen a movie in over a month, and if you're not going to answer me, fine. But wouldn't Mayu be thinking the same way as me? Don't you think he'd be a bit nervous about you finding out what was going on?" He drank some of his water, and then put the goblet down, leaning on the counter with his elbows. "Okay, you've got my interest. Go on." "Give him a call. Tell him you're angered by what's been happening. You want to talk to him. And when he does arrive, I'm there with you. Then we start asking questions." He smiled at me, as if amused by everything I was saying. "Questions about what?" "Questions about these tapes. And questions about Lynn Germano, Felix. She lived in a cottage that he owned. I want to know if he filmed her, and if he filmed her on the night she was murdered." Standing up, he scratched at his unshaved face, and the sound was that of a credit card being scraped over sandpaper. "Good questions. But why would you be there? At a meet between us?" I shrugged. "Pretend I'm your distinguished counsel or something. But Mayu's the man. He's got some interesting information I want." He was grinning again. "Suppose I say no? As interesting as this proposal is, this type of stuff is skirting close to being freelance, and my employers frown on most freelancing." "If you're not here, then I'll ask him the questions myself," I said. "And since he no doubt doesn't have the same respect for me as he does for you, it would probably get bloody." He laughed and finished off his mineral water, and then chewed on the lime. "That's a sight I'd like to see. Louis Cole drawing blood. Yeah, I'll do it. Why the hell not? And this isn't a favor, Felix. Remember, I'm not one for owing you favors." He tossed the ice in the sink. "Thought never entered my mind. Let's just say I'm bored, and this sounds like fun." "Okay," I said. "Let's leave it at that. Fun. Some fun." Chapter 17. That Tuesday afternoon I left Felix's home with a promise that he would call me the moment he had set up a meet with Mayu. And he had said, "It could be 5 minutes or 5 days. This is about as delicate as an arms agreement, without the benefit of news coverage. Just wait for the call, and we'll go from there." On my way home, I headed west and got onto Route 1, and spent some time at a shop and save and picked up a few essentials, including the day's papers. After I left the supermarket, I hit the North Tyler Fish Co-op and bought myself a 1.25-pound lobster. Always buy your lobsters at the smaller stores, or from the dirty-looking guys in jeans and tall rubber boots selling them from the back of their pickup trucks. They're fresher and they're cheaper. Since I was in a cranky mood, ready to kill something and eat it, lobster sounded just perfect. At home, I put the groceries away and checked the answering machine. No calls, no answer from Felix, and no messages from Alice. It was nearly 4 o'clock. The house was spotless, and though there was always yard work, I went upstairs to my study, with the floor-to-ceiling bookshelves containing everything from Spanish textbooks to the complete works of Tom Williams, New Hampshire's greatest writer. I sat at my desk and powered up my computer and began to work on something that was for real, my column for the December issue of Shoreline, titled Granite Shores. That went on for about an hour, and my total output for those 60 minutes was about a paragraph and a half. Not a very good day, and it was easy to see why. It was hard to put my mind into a piece about the snow-covered homes of the New Hampshire seacoast and the cold ocean waves and the frozen salt brine when so much was going on and the sun was streaming through my windows. So I turned the computer off and went through my bookshelves, pulled down a book about the last years of the Roman Empire, and began to read. I had read this book before, maybe 5 or 6 years ago, and returning to it was like seeing an old friend in a crowd. There are some who read books and throw them away, or give them to their friends or families, and that's one thing I've never understood. Giving away books would be like giving away your children, a part of yourself. It simply cannot be done. As I went through the half-remembered pages, other memories came back to me, of the warm and sunny days back in Indiana, when my parents would try different ways of getting me out of the house and onto a pond or a basketball court. They used bribes, they used threats, and they used bitter silence. They never understood how a printed page could be more interesting than what they thought were the normal pursuits of a boy. And they always said that reading and books were going to ruin my life, for there was no money in it, no future. To me, though, the printed page was a mysterious machine that could place me in the future or in the past, flying past the rings of Saturn or breaking bread with Oliver Cromwell. And it was hard to see how basketball could beat that. When I graduated from college with a journalism major, I was half considering getting a job at a local paper before sending out the resumes. I did like to write, though I disliked talking to perfect strangers and trying to form their thoughts and experiences into something intelligible. But before I took the newspaper job, I took a government test in an empty basketball gymnasium with about 20 or so other students, and after a few more tests and an all-expenses-paid trip to a military reservation in Maryland, I was offered a job, doing nothing except reading and writing an occasional document. At the time, it seemed like a wonderful opportunity, and like most wonderful opportunities, it was too good to be true. after a few chapters of the book. Leaning back in my chair in my study, listening to the ocean and half listening for the ring of the telephone, I returned to the computer. I had a column to write, and though the deadlines were flexible, it was still a responsibility. So, back to the keyboard. After getting out of the hospital in Nevada, I drove east, knowing more about where I wouldn't go than where I would. And after waking up from a dream in a Pennsylvania motel and thinking that I could smell salt water, I remembered some happy times as a youngster when my mother and father would take me to Tyler Beach. And that's how I ended up here, and how a little cottage on a secluded part of the New Hampshire seacoast had its title transferred from the U.S. Department of the Interior to one Lewis Cole. All because of a dream and some warm memories. At the cottage, the day I moved in, the business card of a doctor was taped to the empty and warm refrigerator. Prior to this day, I had gone to small clinics to have 2 growths removed, one from my knee and one from the small of my back. Both growths were tiny and were done under local anesthetic, and I left the area before any of the doctors asked for a follow-up. In an odd way, I suppose I had been lucky. I knew this luck would probably not hold, and I was glad to see the business card. I drove the next day to see him, and even without an appointment, I had an hour of his time in his office, in a teaching hospital in Cambridge, Massachusetts. His name was Dr. J. Ludlow, and he was about 10 years older than I, with tan skin and dark curly hair. He examined me thoroughly and leafed through my file and gave me another card, and said, "That has my day and evening numbers. Any time you need anything, no matter how minor, call me. And I do hope, Mr. Cole, that I never do see you again." Then he closed my thick file and said, his brown eyes suddenly looking quite tired, "Still, all I ask is one thing, that you never ask me what happened for me to receive your case." I said that was a deal, and I left. With that out of the way, when a month or so had passed, it was time for a job, and I made a phone call. A week later, a list arrived in a plain brown envelope, along with a phone number next to each job position. I couldn't teach and didn't want to fish or manage a store, but one job did sound interesting. I made the call and mentioned my name, and then made the hour drive down to Boston, near the South End train terminal, where tall brick factories and warehouses had been subdivided into offices and storage areas. In one building, looking over the murky liquid of what was called Boston Harbor, I met the editor and publisher of Shoreline magazine. His name was Seamus Anthony Holbrook, and he was a retired rear admiral from the U.S. Navy. His office had large windows, and there was a brass telescope refractor which slightly disappointed me, overlooking the harbor. Photographs of every ship he had ever served on hung on the brick walls of the office, and there was a framed black piece of cloth that had his medals and service ribbons. His hair was gray and cut short, and his brown face was lined and wrinkled. He shook my hand, and we sat down to a very brief and to-the-point interview. "Shoreline covers the New England coast, from Eastport in Maine to Greenwich Point in Connecticut," he said, leaning back in his officer's chair, hands behind his head. "We run stories about the fishing and boating industry, about the U.S. Navy in New England and the history of the region. You ever read it?" "No." He shrugged his shoulders. "That's fine. When you leave, the receptionist will give you a couple years' worth of back issues to look over. I've been told you can write. Is that true?" "True enough, though it's been a while since I've written for an audience," I said. "Everything I've been writing the past few years has been black work, with a very limited circulation. Not much chance for recognition." "So I know," he said. He lowered his arms and leaned forward in the chair and said, "After I retired, I still kept my contacts going, both in the Navy and in the department. Budgets for defense and intelligence can be raised and cut, depending on the year and the mood of the nitwit serving in Congress. But there's always a voluntary network out there that the Navy and the department and other services can count on. Sometimes that means favors in doing research or running errands. Sometimes," he said, looking at me with emphasis, "sometimes the favor means putting someone on your payroll." I said, "The job sounds interesting, Admiral. I'll do what it takes." He smiled, and I wondered if the teeth were really his. "We need a columnist for the New Hampshire coast. You supply a column each month, subject of your choosing. If it's crap, we either don't run it, or we rewrite it and run it under your name. Still sound interesting?" "It does. And it's yours." We shook hands again, and I filled out a little paperwork, and when I left the building, as promised, I had a stack of back issues under my arm. And that was the last time I have ever been in their offices. And it was also the last time I ever spoke with Rear Admiral Seamus Anthony Holbrook, U.S. Navy, retired. After finishing off the column, I came back downstairs and started boiling water in 2 large black pots. In the pot on the right, I added some salt, and as I waited for the water to boil, I went through the papers. The front page of the Chronicle had Paula's story about last night's selectmen's meeting, and the defeat by the selectmen in a 2-to-1 vote on the pornography ordinance. There was a picture of Jack Fowler, the chairman, along with a sidebar piece on why he voted yes. He used the words family values a lot. I quickly went through the rest of the paper, and then picked up the Globe. It took a bit longer, since it carries more international news, and I smiled a few times at the Globe's preachiness, and at the number of letter writers with hyphenated last names in the editorial pages, who were concerned about something or other, and who always lived in Brookline or Cambridge. When the water was boiling, I went to the refrigerator and took out the lobster and said, "Sorry about that, sport," as I tossed him into the pot on the right. I held down the pot's lid as he thrashed around a bit, and when that stopped, I went back to the counter and the Globe. In its art section, I read a review about a performance artist who sat naked on a lawn chair in an auditorium and daintily tore the skins off hot dogs with his teeth. The art reviewer prattled on about the phallic imagery and the symbolism of the processed meat industry, and how it reflected unfavorably on the American capitalist system of living. From those words, I deduced that the Globe reviewer had enjoyed the show. When 5 minutes had passed, I took out 2 ears of Florida corn I had gotten at the supermarket and shucked them, and then tossed them into the other pot of boiling water. I also began melting some butter in another pan, and by the time I reached the sports section and read depressing news about the Red Sox, 10 minutes had passed, and dinner was ready. It took 2 trips, but everything went on a small table on my rear deck, and with a glass of Mondavi White at my elbow, I started cracking apart the lobster and dipping its meat in the melted butter. I didn't wear a lobster bib. A bib is for wimps or tourists. I ate the lobster and the ears of corn and watched the waves coming in, each swoop of water as graceful as the last. And in a while the sky began to darken as the sun started sinking to the west. I brought the dishes in and washed them and stacked them back on the shelves, and with the single glass of wine, I only allowed myself 1 glass that night, I went back outside and sat on the rear deck and propped my legs up, sipping slowly, a backup pair of binoculars in my lap. I brought the binoculars up and looked at the buildings on the Isles of Shoals, which were divided among a church group, the U.S. Coast Guard, the University of New Hampshire's Shoals Marine Laboratory, and a couple of private citizens. The 9 islands of the Isles of Shoals have a long and romantic history, from pirates burying treasure to a grand hotel to murder and incest. And the tourists driving up and down Route 1A never tire of stopping and taking pictures of them. Among the famous people who had once lived there was the poet Celia Thaxter, who had lived on White Island in the 1840s, the daughter of a lighthouse keeper. The light at White Island is still there, and visitors still go to the shoals. I had a friend who once spent a night on the Isles of Shoals, and he said the seagulls cried so loud that he got about 1 hour of sleep, and his hair was soiled by the gulls as he waited for a boat to take him back to the mainland. I was wondering if that seagull incident would make a potential column for Shoreline when the phone rang. Felix? I carefully put down the glass of wine on the wooden table and went back inside. I recognized Paula Quinn's voice. Nice story on the selectmen's meeting, I said. But why did you give Fowler more play than he deserved on his yes vote for the pornography ordinance? Trying to keep him in office for another 3 years? She laughed. No, that's not it. My editor thinks Jack's a fool, and by giving him the publicity, he's hanging himself on his own words. I think your editor better look in a mirror the next time he thinks about what constitutes a fool. She laughed again and said, I called to thank you about last night. It was special, even if it didn't get sweaty or bothered. Out on the horizon, I saw the lights of a fishing boat beating its way back to Tyler Harbor. Not sure if that's a compliment or an insult. Tell me, what are you working on nowadays? Oh, the usual, she said, sighing. Doing an update on the body in the Marsh case. North Tyler cops say they're getting some possible leads, but they're more close-mouthed than your detective friend. I want to do a follow-up on the Desmond and Germano cases. I think I might have something worth tracking down. And then there's always the Alice Crenshaw disappearance. I stepped out on the deck, carrying the phone and the receiver with me. I thought for a moment about what I was doing and what was going on, and I said, I have some information on that, if you'd like. Her voice perked up, and I knew I had pressed the right button. On what? Alice Crenshaw? Yeah, I said, not wanting to look up at Weymouth's Point and the darkened house on the point of land. You don't know where you heard this, but give Betsy Tyler a call. She has some information, and I'll tell you it looks like Alice is alive. Jesus, Paula said. How do you know this? And what's Betsy's connection? Is she... Paula, I interrupted. That's all I know. We talked for a few minutes more, and then she said she owed me a lunch, and by the time I hung up the phone, it was dark outside. I put the binoculars away and went upstairs to my bedroom and opened up the door to the side deck. I hauled out my 4.5-inch reflecting telescope, built on a black tripod, and I got my flashlight with red lens and went to work. To the west were 3 bright stars, almost hanging in a row. It was a rare conjunction of 3 planets, Venus, Mars, and Jupiter. Jupiter was the highest, and I focused in on it with a low-power lens and made out the 4 Galilean satellites, named because they were discovered by the real first astronomer, Galileo Galilei. There are about 14 or so satellites of Jupiter, but the 4 largest moons are the first ones you see with a telescope of my size, or even a good pair of binoculars. With the help of a chart from that month's astronomy magazine, and using the red-lensed flashlight, which saves your night vision, I noted the positions of the little 4 dots of light around the striped sphere of Jupiter, and noting the time and the date, I knew which dot of light represented Europa, Io, Ganymede, and Callisto, Knowing that gave me a little warm feeling at the base of my skull. In the long run, it was probably useless knowledge, for by looking at Jupiter and its 4 Galilean moons, I couldn't possibly contribute anything to my own learning or to astronomy. But still I felt good about it. Nobody else would probably care. But on this Tuesday evening in June, I knew I could look up at Jupiter with binoculars or a telescope and correctly name the 4 dots of light around the solar system's largest planet. Not much of a victory, but it was one that made me feel confident for some reason. The phone rang. I left the second-floor deck and got downstairs in time to pick up on the 4th ring. "Hello," I said. "It's on," Felix Tinio said. "In an hour. Why don't you meet me at 10? "I don't see why not." He told me where to go, and after I hung up, I grabbed some items and threw on a jacket before I left. I tried not to dwell on what was ahead, or if I was nervous about what might happen, but I was halfway to North Tyler before remembering that I had left my telescope outside. I didn't bother to turn around. Chapter 18. The meeting was set for 11 p.m., but Felix insisted that we get there a half hour earlier. We were at a parking lot on a tiny point of land that jutted out from Route 1A in Wallace, the next town up from North Tyler, and the community one has to pass through before getting to Foss Island and Porter, the northernmost towns on the New Hampshire seacoast. The lot was across the street from a drive-in restaurant, Benny's Beach Bonanza, and there were about a dozen or so cars in the parking lot, and people, mostly young boys and girls, lined up at the windows. There were no pretty waitresses in short skirts and roller skates. I don't think there's ever been a restaurant with pretty waitresses in short skirts and roller skates in the entire history of New Hampshire. There was another car on the lot's south end, a Chrysler LeBaron, and it was a good distance away from us. When I got to the parking lot, Felix was already there, leaning against the hood of his car, all in black with a dark leather jacket. Under my tweed jacket was my Bianchi shoulder holster and my 9mm Beretta. I didn't insult Felix by asking if he was carrying. "I wish we could have gotten here earlier," he said. The lights from Benny's Beach Bonanza were bright enough so I could see the scowl on his face. "Ambush?" He looked around. "No, I don't think so. Oliver's not very happy with me, but I don't think he has a gripe that would cause him to whack us. But I always want to have enough time to check things out, see who's where and what the roads look like. It makes me feel better, makes me feel confident. Hold on a sec while I check this car out." He walked away from his Mercedes, heading to the parked LeBaron. I looked around the jagged rocks and boulders. In this part of Wallace, there were just rocks and debris in the waves. Out on the wide ocean were the lights from the Isles of Shoals, and a couple of dim ones that either belonged to container ships or fishing vessels. The stars were fairly bright, even allowing for the light pollution from Benny's, and I saw Jupiter, a bit lower in the night sky than when I had last seen it. I hoped the salt air wouldn't condense much on my exposed telescope back home. The hazards of living near the ocean. At the LeBaron, Felix pulled something out from his jacket, and I felt my shoulders tense up. But there was just the small beam of a light, and I watched as he played the flashlight through the windows of the car. The driver's side window came down, and Felix leaned over. There were some voices, but I couldn't make them out at this distance. At Benny's, cars were pulling in and leaving after a while, and the people there, young kids, tourists, and families, seemed to be having a good time. There was a couple, both of them sitting on the trunk of their red Lumina, licking ice cream cones. The man's dark hair looked like it had been caressed by $30 an hour beauticians. He was laughing a lot, and the woman was leaning against his shoulder. Though it was cool, she was wearing shorts and a black bikini top, and her smile was quite wide and even. Her long black hair was tied back by a little red bow. The LeBaron's engine came on, and its headlights flicked into life. Then it sped out onto Atlantic Avenue, its tires spitting up gravel. Felix came back, smiling. "Friends of yours?" I asked. "Not particularly," he said, resuming his place at the Mercedes's fender, folding his arms again. "You know, I gave that boy a piece of advice, something I learned a long time ago and still follow. There are certain sexual practices that are dangerous when your lady partner has braces on her teeth. But somehow he didn't appreciate the advice. I can't see why. For some reason I rubbed my hands together, and then I said, 'Felix, do me a favor when Mayu shows up. Play along with whatever I say.' I could sense the humor in his voice when he said, 'Like you, Louis, I don't like owing you favors,' then added onto my bill for my house sitter. He laughed. 'It's done.' A car came up Atlantic, slowed, and then pulled into the parking lot about 15 feet from us. It was a black Trans Am with green and white New Hampshire vanity plates that said Palace. From out of the Trans Am stepped Oliver Mayu, dressed in white slacks and black dress shoes, with a long, lightweight suede jacket. He must have left Derek Cooney at home. He slammed the door hard and strode across the lot, and then looked at me. I crossed my arms and nodded in his direction. "What the hell is this, Tinios?" he said, jerking a thumb in my direction. "I thought this was just a meet between the two of us. What's he doing here? Is he going to write a story on this, or what?" I corrected him. "In this little matter, Felix and I are partners." "Really?" He reached into his coat pocket, and Felix was standing straight up like a spark of fire, and I could not believe how fast he had moved. Oliver stopped, hand inside his coat, and then withdrew his hand slowly, showing a pack of Marlboros and a gold lighter. He smiled, and his teeth were as crooked and yellow as ever. "Don't fret yourself, Tinios," he said. "I'm not fretting at all," Felix replied. "Sometimes my reactions just get the best of me, like right now. I thought you were going into your coat for a piece, and the only thing I was deciding on was how hard to hit you." "Ooh," Mayu said. "Very scary." He lit the cigarette and shut the lighter off with a satisfied click and placed the pack and lighter back into his coat. Then said, "This clown telling the truth, Tinios? You two together? Story I've heard, you always work alone, even when you're on contract." Felix slowly leaned back again and said, "Louis is right. We're both in on this one. Tell us about your business. And I don't mean your hotel, your cottages, or the diner." Oliver took a drag on his cigarette, smiled, and said, "I have other businesses." I said, "What you have is a movie-making arrangement. Pretty sleazy, but probably a moneymaker. You've got your hotel and your cottages wired for video, and you're filming the high school girls who are working for you this summer. Most of the time you just get shots of them getting dressed or undressed, but sometimes you get quite lucky, and you have some tapes of them with their boyfriends, or girlfriends for all I know. You're smuggling the tapes into Canada, and I would guess you're doing fairly well, Oliver, and that you're not supplying any tax information to the IRS. How am I doing so far?" Mayu's jaw was clenched, and he looked at Felix and back at me and said, "If Tinios wasn't here, boyo, I'd take this cigarette and shove it into your eyeball. See how you'd like that, then?" You know, I had the feeling someone was rooting around my place the night of that false alarm. You were there, weren't you? What's the matter? You need some cheap thrills? You're going to jack off watching my movies?" "No, I didn't plan to," I said. "But you sound like an authority on this. Tell us what it's like." He murmured something and came forward, and Felix held up his hand and said quietly, "Bickering isn't doing anything constructive. What I want to know is why you didn't come to me first. What you're doing is something that should have been cleared with other people in Boston." Mayu took another drag and said, his voice almost shaking with anger, "Why? Why should I have done that? So some shithead guinea from the North End can get a 5 or 10% cut from my gross as a tribute? Fuck that shit. They wouldn't have done anything for me." His voice still quiet, Felix said, "It would have been the logical thing to do, and they could have done a lot for you. Think about that." "Hey, Teneos," he retorted. "Think of this name, all right? Lawrence Lambert, from Montreal. His organization's the one I'm dealing with." I said, "Montreal's a long way from here." "Spare me the geography lesson, writer man," Mayu said. "Last year some people from Lambert's group came down here. I gave them a good time, kept their asses out of the local jail, and I showed them my hobby. It's a fun hobby, and it's never hurt anyone, not ever. Well, they liked what they saw, and we made a deal. The tapes get edited and spliced down here, and every couple of weeks one of Lambert's boys comes here for a few days off and heads back north. They dupe it and run ads in some papers and magazines, and it's doing real well." Felix said, "Did Lambert clear it with Boston?" 2 cars passed by, and the tourists were still lining up at Benny's Beach Bonanza. I wondered if any one of them could imagine what was going on in this little parking lot on the Atlantic Ocean. Another puff. "I don't know, and I couldn't give a shit. Boston's some distance away, too, Teneos. This part of the state is sort of neutral territory, right? I'm making money, and I'm not running into anything you deal with, so I can't see the beef." I scratched at my side to show him my shoulder holster, and I said, "Can you see a deal, though?" He opened his mouth, as if he planned to say something insulting and had reconsidered it. "Go ahead." I nodded to Felix. "There's no beef, no gripe. Just a chance to increase your profit. Felix and I have an arrangement, all set to go. All we need is you. This time, instead of north, the tapes go south, and from there they get shipped out to the West Coast. Better markets out there, Mayu. Plus, you don't have to worry about customs checks or the exchange rate for the Canadian dollar. You can also get a more sophisticated customer, one who can appreciate what you're producing." "Why should I change?" he said, eyes flicking at both Felix and me. "I'm doing just fine." Felix, and I could have almost kissed him for picking up his cue, smiled at him and said, "Because this means money for everyone. Even with the cut from Boston, you'd be making 10 or 15% more with each tape. With that type of money, I'm sure the people in Boston could work out something with Lambert, so he wouldn't be too upset. But," and with that little word, Felix's look and tone seemed to darken as he said, "But, so far, the Boston people I work with don't know squat about what you're doing here in Tyler, and while you might think this is neutral territory, they would love to teach you a geography lesson. Tell us no, and a lot of things happen. First calls get made to Boston, and whatever they decide happens. Maybe you have some surgery on your knees or something. Then maybe the IRS gets a call about your cash flow, and you have problems getting food and supplies for your businesses in Tyler. Think you'd like that?" He glared at us, and the light from the nearby street lamps made the pockmarks on his face look fresh and raw. He said, "What a pair! You two fags, is that why you're here?" "That's very sweet," I said. "But is there a deal?" "I gotta think about it," he said, his tone defiant. "I'm not going to toss everything overboard in one night." "Fair enough," I said. "But tell us about Lynn Germano. Do you have tapes of her?" "Yeah," he said, almost sneering. "I got tapes of her. Good ones, too. And you know why? She was a natural, that's why. She hardly ever said no, from what I heard. I even managed to get a couple of pieces from her myself, and man, I wish I had tapes of that action. She left scratch marks on my back. That's how good she was." 17, I thought, feeling queasy. 17 years old, and learning of affection and sex from something like Oliver Mayhew. My stomach felt like I had eaten a half-pound of undercooked bacon, and my voice was quiet as I said, "You have anything to do with her death? Or any idea who did it?" "Nope," he said, smirking. "Not a thing." Felix said, "That better be the straight and narrow. We start a business arrangement. We don't want that girl's murder clogging up the works a month or two down the road." Mayhew held out his hands to us and said, "Guys, like I told Boyo here a week ago, she was one hot ticket even for her age, and chances are she ran into the wrong dude. That's all. Happens all the time. You read about it. These type of chicks get unlucky and get picked up at a bar or hitchhiking, and they get their jollies, and so does the guy. But instead of stopping as usual, the guy decides to get extra jollies and kills him. So what? Read the newspapers or watch the news. That's what happened to her." My mouth felt like it was drying out from the salt air. "You have a tape, then, of her getting strangled?" He looked almost wistful. "No, I don't, and I wish I did. It could have been the first legitimate snuff film ever made. The number of dupes and money I could make off of that one tape." Felix said quietly, "Worth a lot of money, Oliver." "Yeah, worth a lot," he said, taking a final drag from his cigarette. "Yeah, enough money so I can get off this scummy beach this year. And I won't have to worry about having enough clean towels, or getting enough frozen French fries, or paying whatever the tax rates might be this year. And I can stop kissing everyone's ass, from the health officer to the building inspector to the Chamber of Commerce. Getting off this beach is what I want, and this tape money is how I'm going to do that." I said, "Then here's your chance. Felix and I, we want to look at your finished product, see exactly what we're getting into, what we can recommend to the people down in Boston. How about another meet? Tomorrow, at your place?" Mayhew flipped the cigarette butt at me, and it fell at my feet. I moved not 1 inch. "All right. Tomorrow night, 7 o'clock. And bring something along to show your good interest." Felix said quietly, "Could be arranged, if you tell us what you mean by good interest." He grinned and started walking back to his car. "10 grand, boyos," he called to us over his shoulder. "Show me 10 grand tomorrow, and you can take any one of my tapes home and play it over and over again. No 10 grand, you can rent your own fuck films." He slammed the door and sped south, the red taillights blinking at us as he rounded a curve in Atlantic Avenue. I looked over at Felix and said, "Nice job." "Thanks. And what do you plan to do tomorrow when we get to Mayhew's place?" I said just what I told him. "We're going to look at his tape collection, and we're especially going to look at the Germano tapes." He clasped his hands together and shrugged. The man said he didn't have anything that showed her getting killed. If he did, Oliver Mayhew's the type of guy who would have bragged to us that he had an honest-to-God snuff tape. Believe me, there's been claims made here and there, but there's never been any real proof of snuff tapes being out and about. A real one would be worth a lot of money. I know that, I said, but that's not what I'm looking for. Felix looked over at me. Oh, you have another agenda? Yep, I said, putting my hands into the pockets of my jacket. I want to see the tapes and see who she was with this past month. Someone might have been with Lynn Germano and then learned later about the filming, and that might have made him angry. Angry enough to come back and chat with her about it. He gave a sharp laugh. I hope you're not trusting Mayu to be telling the truth. No, not all of the truth. But I do believe he has tapes of Lynn Germano sleeping with some men, and I want to see who they were. Might prove to be something interesting. By the way, you wouldn't be on that tape, would you? He grinned. Gave up teenagers last year for Lent, and found out later I had lost my taste for 'em. Another thing, you have any idea where you're going to get the 10 grand that Oliver wants to see? Sure I do, I said. From you. You seem to be a man who's doing well. Couldn't you come up with the money? For a moment it seemed like he was trying to decide whether to say something in anger or laugh in disbelief. And after a moment he chose the middle road and almost giggled, saying, Sure, I'll bring the money. We'll keep the bargain, Louis. I'll bring 10 grand, but I'm sure as hell going to walk out of the place with it, too. I shrugged. Sure, I said. He said he wanted us to bring 10 grand. Didn't say anything about us handing it over to him. Felix said, Now you're talking. At home, I retrieved my telescope from the second-floor deck, and I wiped down the red metal tube with a towel from my bathroom. After putting away the lenses and putting the lens caps back on the telescope, I took a long shower, trying not to think of Oliver Mayhew and the satisfied smile he had shown us with his memories of Lynn Germano. I stood under the shower head for a long time, feeling the hot water pound at the base of my skull. After drying myself off and checking my skin and finding nothing unusual, I put on a terry cloth robe and went downstairs. It was near midnight, and I was tired but not sleepy. From my refrigerator, I took out a Molson Golden, and after popping the top, I unlocked the first-floor deck and went outside. The night air felt nice on my wet hair. Beads of water were still running down my neck and trickling across my shoulders. The deck's wood was smooth and cool against my bare feet, and I leaned against the railing and looked out to the west. Jupiter was still out there, though much lower, and at this time Andromeda was just rising over the eastern horizon, and I could make out the bright stars of nearby Pegasus. Every night there is something different in the sky. In the times the constellations rise up and the different phases of the moon, along with the sudden streaks of light from meteorites and the steady passage of bright dots of light, marking satellites or spent boosters or other space debris. Each night is different. Each night is special. Each night has something to offer you. Try explaining this to almost anyone, and you will usually receive an odd look in return. The night sky is nothing to them. The night means dinner and sleep and parties, and the night sky is nothing to look up at. On this night, Oliver Mayhew was probably back at his hotel apartment, looking over his tapes, thinking about the lies that Felix and I had just passed to him, and Felix was no doubt at his home, perhaps starting the job of securing the money that we would use tomorrow afternoon. To both of them, Jupiter and Pegasus and Andromeda probably meant nothing at all. except as character names used in bad science fiction films. And Lynn Germano? I wondered what she thought about the night sky, if it had meant anything to her. Maybe she had looked up at the stars or the moon and had wondered a bit, in walking from work to her cottage, wondered about what was up there. Or maybe the night just meant a brief moment to her, a time of spending sharp minutes with the men or boys in her life, men like her boss. Maybe the night was something that wasn't special, was something that filled her with dread. Or maybe not. Oliver Mayhew. That thought almost made me shudder, of Lynn being with Mayhew. Yet there was also a sense of anticipation for what was planned for the next day, knowing that I would see tapes of a live Lynn Germano. I knew almost nothing about her, and I hoped that that would change by this time tomorrow. I would see her talk and act and see whom she had been with, and I hoped it would help. I sipped from my beer and looked over at Weymouth's Point and the still blackness that marked Alice's empty house, wondering where she was and what she might be doing this evening. And then I watched the slow progression of Andromeda and Pegasus into the eastern sky, not even moving when I had finished my beer. Chapter 19. On Wednesday morning I overslept. The consequences of a late bottle of Molson and a stubborn determination in wanting to see all of Andromeda and Pegasus rise in the eastern sky before going to bed. I showered and dressed and called Felix about our meeting later that day, and he said, "We'll do the same thing today we did last night, so meet me early. 6, then. Sounds good. Any particular place strike you?" I said, "Lady of the Seas statue, just across from the palace on Atlantic Avenue. Fairly public and open." Felix laughed over the phone. "You're doing pretty well there. Always remember to get to places early. Gives you a chance to scout things out. And maybe trip off some traps or alarms." "You're a suspicious person," I replied. "I read in the New York Times that this is supposed to be a new age of commitment and cooperation." He laughed again before hanging up. "Yeah. Write to me when they decide that one's over." There seemed to be an endless stretch of hours before 7 p.m., the official time that we were to meet with Oliver Mayhew, so I decided to be mobile for a while. After arming myself with my .32 Browning and my ankle holster, I left for the day, locking all doors behind me. On the way out of my house, I looked again for my mysterious housekeeper among the grass and the rocks by the ocean, but I saw not a soul. And if someone was out there, they were earning every penny and nickel that they would soon be making from me, once I paid Felix. I decided to go into the town of Tyler proper, inland about 3 miles from the ocean. It was a sunny day, with that edge of humid warmth that hinted at what was ahead during the steam bath days of July and early August. As I drove into town, I listened to the police tape over and over again, trying to decipher the messages that both voices were telling me. "Tyler Police, your call is being recorded." The strange voice, "There's a body at 12 Dogleg Avenue." There was the familiar click of a phone being disconnected, and then the dispatcher, "Hello? Hello?" A pause, and her voice deepened, and there was, "Tyler D1. Tyler D1, go ahead. Tyler D1, report to 12 Dogleg, possible 10:54. I played it back 3 times as I got into town, and I knew Diane was right. There was something familiar about that voice. Besides listening to the voices of the dispatcher and the mysterious caller, I also paid heed to Diane's voice. Even in a moment of tension like that, when we had come across Lynn Germano's body, her voice had not failed her by being strained or high-pitched. In asking for a medical examiner and a fire department ambulance and for the state police, her voice was even and relaxed, almost bored. The voice on the tape was nothing like the voice I had experienced the other day in her office, and I wondered about the duration of her anger toward me. Traffic in town was light, and I had no problem picking up my mail at the post office, which was located on Route 1 at the south end of town. There were 2 supermarket flyers and a mailing from the Planetary Society, looking for more money for their Mars rover project, which I was glad to accommodate. I trashed the flyers and put the Society's mailing on my front seat, and then I went north on Route 1 for about a half mile, passing the town common on my left. I found an empty spot by Welby's drugstore and made the short walk across the common, heading to the small brick and white clapboard building, the Tyler Building, which contained a dentist's office, the local cable television station, a legal firm, and the offices of the Tyler Chronicle. In many communities in New Hampshire and other New England states, the towns still center their life around the common, where early colonial settlers had shared the area as a common place to graze their livestock. It was also used back then as an open space for fairs or for drilling the town militia. And around the green grass of the common, the towns in this area slowly grew, from the rough-hewn garrison houses to the statelier homes, and then the shops and churches. The cliché of New England is the small town with the green common, and the stores, and the white spires of the Congregational or Episcopalian churches. In many towns, this cliché still exists. In Tyler, alas, it doesn't. The original common was nibbled at and built over, until only about 1/3 of the original green is left. There is a small road, almost like a circular driveway, that bounds it against Route 1, and this area of Tyler is called Common Square. Besides the Chronicles building, there's a gift shop, an automotive parts store, the Common Grill and Grill, and a barber shop. No more animals feed on this small piece of pasture, and the town militia only exists in the history books. The Chronicles offices are on the ground floor of the Tyler Building. I walked in and waved at the receptionist, whom I didn't know, and went to the editorial offices in the rear. I found that you can go almost anywhere if you act like you belong and know where you're going, and if you're polite to the receptionist. The Chronicle's a small, struggling daily. I know things are bad when Paula tells me that the accountant urges them to cash their paychecks quickly every Friday, and it can only afford 2 other reporters, besides Paula, to cover this part of the county. The newsroom is small and covered with a worn pale green carpet. The desks are battered gray metal exhibits bought from company auctions up and down the coast. The only concession to the late 20th century are the digital computers and the wires that run up from them and into the false ceilings. Paula looked up at me from her cluttered desk as I came in. She had on a denim miniskirt and low-heeled shoes with no stockings, and a white short-sleeved blouse that had tiny flowers embroidered along the shoulders. Before her was a copy of the Union Leader, New Hampshire's only statewide paper. She ran a hand through her hair and nodded at me, smiling, and said, "Your subscription run out?" "Hardly," I said. "I don't have a Chronicle subscription. I just pick it up on the newsstand when I see your byline." "Ha! Thanks for your support. Newsstand sales like that can't keep us alive. You should get a subscription. I don't want little paper boys or paper girls visiting me every day," I said. "Sorry." At one of the other desks, a woman about the age of Alice Crenshaw was laboriously typing on her deck computer, looking over her glasses at the glowing green letters on the screen. For someone like myself, who types pretty fast, it was painful to watch, like seeing her juggle chainsaws with her eyes closed. I said, "You've got a few moments to kill? I was thinking about buying you a late breakfast." She looked beyond me, at a larger desk near the wall that was swamped with newspapers and photographs and overflowing in and out boxes, and an almost obscured nameplate that said Roland Grandmaison. The desk was empty, and Paula frowned and said, "Well, it looks like Raleigh's still recovering from last night's bender, so why the hell not?" On the way out, she picked up a copy of the day's Chronicle without paying for it. "One of my very few fringe benefits," she said, and we walked across the well-groomed grass of the common, past flower banks that had little wooden signs planted in front of them saying, "Donated by the Tyler Floral Society." She stuck the folded-over copy of the paper in her bag and slung her arm through mine as we headed to the Common Grill and Grill. "Not a bad day," she said, looking over at me, a sly smile on her face. "Not bad at all." I said, "So why are you smiling?" With her free hand, she punched me in the ribs. "You'll see." At the Grill and Grill, we sat at a card table with folding metal chairs at the rear, which is fairly typical for the Grill and Grill, one of the smallest restaurants on Route 1. There are a half-dozen red vinyl booths that have been repaired with gray duct tape, and a mishmash of tables and chairs that looked like they had been salvaged from a flood. The Common Grill and Grill is in a small brick building that, near the end of the last century, had actually been Tyler's post office, and then became a storehouse, and eventually the Common Bar and Grill, until the then-owner lost his liquor license in the late 1970s. The place was eventually bought and is now owned by John Theokopoulos, a hulk of a white-mustached man who always wears white diner clothes and has a sweatband around his head and serves as the only cook. He didn't feel like spending too much money to change the name of the place, so he took out the word bar and replaced it with an extra grill he found in a back room. And for some reason, tourists from Massachusetts find that adorable. High school girls of all ages drift in and out as waitresses, and while the service is always shaky, the food is simple and is served hot. In New Hampshire, most pizza places, sub shops, and Italian restaurants are run by Greek immigrants. I'm not too sure if it makes sense, but I'm not one to complain. Even though it was mid-morning, the Grill and Grill was doing well, with retirees stretching a long morning over a cup of coffee, lawyers from Tyler going over briefs and papers before making the 10-minute drive to the county courthouse in Ixonia, and a couple of well-dressed folks from our sister state to the south, giggling over the prices on the hand-printed menu. I had an English muffin with tea, while Paula dug into 3 scrambled eggs with ketchup, home-fried potatoes, and 4 links of sausage. "Here," she murmured between bites. "Check this out." She handed over a copy of that day's Chronicle, and on the front page, below the fold, was a story headlined, "Missing Local Woman Believed Alive." Under the headline was her byline, "Paula Quinn, Chronicle Writer," and the story's lead said, "There are now indications that a prominent local woman, missing for several days and thought to be possibly dead, is alive and in the area, according to local officials." "What officials?" I asked. Paula chewed, swallowed, and said, "Read on." There was a smidgen of ketchup on her chin, and I read on. The story quoted Betsy Tyler and another longtime resident, Grace McKinnon. Both of them said that they had received a call from Alice Crenshaw, who had told them that she was fine. Neither of the women said that Alice had given them any additional information, and both said they had received only one call. Diane Woods was quoted, but only as saying, "The matter of Alice Crenshaw's departure from her home is under investigation. We know of the phone calls, and we have no further comment." I folded the paper up and handed it back to Paula. I said, "In your story you say officials told you that Alice was alive. Who were the officials?" She winked. "Betsy Tyler, for one. She's a selectman. And as a selectman, not only are you a town official, but you're also considered a police officer. Honest to God, you can check the state laws. I finished my tea. All right, I'll give you that one. And Grace McKinnon? She wiped up the last bits of ketchup-drowned scrambled egg with a piece of toast. Grace is on the board of the Town Historical Society, same as Alice. She gets reimbursed for expenses, and that's compensation. And under the law, that makes her a town official, too. I may stretch things out of recognition, but I never lie in my stories. Never. How did you get Grace McKinnon's name? Thanks to you, of course, she said. When I talked to Betsy Tyler after you gave me her name, she told me that she had talked to Grace the other night, and that Grace had also heard from Alice. There you go. Then I called Diane, and she gave me the usual runaround, except this time she seemed more pissed than usual. And bingo, page 1 story, thank you very much. She wiped her face with a napkin, her eyes shiny. And I was thinking some of my friend and neighbor, Alice Crenshaw. Another phone call, another sign that she was all right, but no word, no mention to me. Was she hiding something? Or was it really Alice who was making those calls? I could probably make out her voice all right and could tell if someone was imitating her. But if I were the ages of Betsy Tyler and Grace McKinnon, then maybe I wouldn't be so discriminating. I could be fooled, which would explain the lack of calls to me. Questions, more questions, and damn few answers. I noticed Paula's expression, and I said, "You're looking particularly gleeful today. Getting a page 1 story making you look so happy?" She folded her arms on the table, and the beaming look on her face hadn't changed. "In a way it does, but not in the way you think. You see, most of the time, the stories I get are predictable. From week to week, I can tell you the type of stories I do. Every Monday morning, there's a roundup of the police news from Tyler and Tyler Beach. Every Tuesday morning, I have 2 or 3 selectmen stories. The week before the Memorial Day weekend, I do a summer preview, and the week after Labor Day, I do a summer review. Fall means back-to-school stories, and winter means Christmas stories. Pretty routine, except for the occasional fire or traffic accident." By then a waitress had taken away our plates and dropped a grease-stained check on the table. Paula leaned back, her arms wide open, and said, "But the stuff I've been working on the past couple of weeks, I'm going to sound awful and cold-hearted and cynical, but it's been wonderful. Body in the marsh, strangled high school girl, missing woman, lobster man blown up in own boat. Those are the types of stories you don't get that much, and this month has been a hell of a good one for me." "Not a particularly good one for Lynn Germano or Henry Desmond," I said. Or maybe even Alice Crenshaw. I picked up the check and left a $10 bill on top of it. Behind the counter, John was cursing to himself at the grill. She shrugged. "Not my worry. I'm an observer. Not a critic, not a defender, not an investigator. An observer. I see what happens and I report it. And what's happening in Tyler will get me somewhere far from here. I'm not going to wait around for 5 or 10 years until Raleigh Grand Maison's liver croaks him and I move into his job. I want someplace different, and I want someplace where people recognize me when I walk down the street." "And this is going to do it?" She drummed her fingers on the table. "Yeah," she said, her voice soft. "This just might do it. Can't you feel it? There's something in the air, a bite, a tension. I feel like something new is going to break, and going to break soon. This story's far from over, and I'm going to be right there, pushing it and printing everything I find." "You working on anything new?" She winked at me. Many's been the times when you've been secretive with me, and now's my chance for a payback. Yeah, I'm working on something new, but nothing I'm going to tell you now." She turned and looked up at a clock on the wall and said, "Well, Raleigh's probably back now, eating breath mints and wondering where the hell I am. Here, might as well leave this for the next customer." With that, she pulled out the day's Chronicle and left it on the table. When she did that, her purse opened a bit, and for a brief moment I saw something that kept me quiet as I walked her back to the Chronicle's offices. I never knew Paula Quinn had been one for arming herself. By 7:15 p.m., I had eaten 1 box of popcorn and had drunk 2 Cokes, and there was still no sign of Felix. The Lady of the Sea statue was still here, the reclining stone woman looking out to the ocean with a wreath in her hand. I looked again at the low concrete wall with each of the dead men's names carved into it. Sailors and Marines from New Hampshire who had died out there in the gray vastness. I wondered if their spirits were eased a bit by this monument, this memorial to their short lives, or if there was nothing that anyone could do to ease their disquiet. There must have been some rage out there, in dying in a warm or cold ocean, far away, knowing you would never return to the tall pines and mountains of this state, or to your family. Some rage. And all that was left was this stone statue with its blank eyes. In my time at the beach, I had made 2 phone calls to Felix, and there had been no answer. He was supposed to have been here at least an hour earlier, along with the $10,000 in cash that would allow us the opportunity to see the tapes of Lynn Germano. I looked around at the midweek visitors who were drifting in along the sidewalks, and at the 2 rows of cars and pickup trucks making their slow journey north along Atlantic Avenue. No sign of Felix. No sign of anyone. I remembered his warnings about traps, and I started walking north, almost going as fast as the bumper-to-bumper traffic by my side. After my late breakfast that morning with Paula, I had spent the afternoon in the Gilliam Memorial Town Library, reading through magazines I don't subscribe to, knowing that if I did subscribe to them, my post office box would be full every day, and I would never get any work done, or anything else for that matter. In the library's lobby was a plaque mentioning the day the library was dedicated nearly a decade ago, and there was a large framed black-and-white photograph of a balding old man, wearing wire-rimmed round glasses and a black bow tie and suit. Dr. Gilliam, whom the library was named for, and who had also been Alice Crenshaw's father. I spared the photograph only a glance as I came in, and tried not to think what might have happened to the good doctor's daughter. Alice once told me that the day the library was dedicated was one of the happiest of her life, and I had no reason to doubt her. Still, being in the library and seeing Alice's name on the plaque, she was on the library building committee, had given me a brief shiver. I spent the afternoon thinking about what was ahead for me and what I might find on those tapes as I read through Archaeology and The Nation and Aviation Week and Space Technology and Paris Match and a dozen others. Reading has always been an escape, almost a drug for me. I do love the printed page, reading arguments and opinions and counter-arguments, learning something new and connecting it to something I had learned before. Some years ago, I thought I had been lucky to work at a place where they paid me to read, and that thought had stayed with me until one cool morning in Nevada. Now, after about 10 minutes of walking, I half-jogged across Atlantic, nimbly passing across 2 lanes of traffic, going to Baker Street and the St. Lawrence Seaway Inn. As I got to the entrance, I started to head into the lobby, and then suddenly veered out again and kept on walking down the street. Too obvious, too open, and no doubt too stupid. And as Felix said, I didn't know what little traps were there, or if Mayu had set up a greeting committee for me. I'm sure Derek Cooney wouldn't be as dumb the second time around. I reversed direction and went down a trash-strewn side alley and came to the fire door that I had slipped through the last time I had been there and gone into Mayu's apartment. No one was in the little alleyway as I took out my key ring. On the key ring was the pass key I had stolen, what now seemed so many days ago. I wondered if the key would work on the fire door. It did. I went quickly upstairs, 2 steps at a time, and came out on the 3rd-floor hallway. It was empty. I walked along the hallway, past the room of Corinne and Tammy, the 2 unwitting film stars, and as I was about to knock on Mayu's door, I stopped. The door was open. I stepped back. It wasn't open wide, but it was open, about a couple of inches. With the tip of a finger, I pushed the door back. The apartment's lights were on, and there was a loud hissing noise. "Oliver?" The living room was slightly messy, with newspapers and magazines on the floor. The kitchen was empty and clean. There was a thick odor in the room. I bent down, and in a few moments the Browning was in my hands. "Oliver?" And then I decided to shut up. If someone was in this apartment, they would have heard me by now. So about the only other person who would hear me would be someone passing by in the hallway, and I didn't want to be disturbed. The door to his bedroom was open, and the hissing sound came from the large-screen television, which was on, busily broadcasting nothing but static. I went into the bedroom, 32 firm in both my hands, and found Oliver, face down on his bed. He had on jeans and what looked to be a red and white silk shirt, and his face was in his pillow. He wasn't moving, which wasn't much of a surprise. The top of his head had been blown off. Chapter 20. I ducked back into the living room and dropped my arms down, because by then my hands were shaking, and it took a lot of effort to hold on to the .32 Browning. I also started breathing quickly through my mouth, bringing a lot of oxygen into my bloodstream, as my stomach began a very sharp and internal debate on whether or not to vomit. As the debate continued, I blinked my eyes a few times and looked around the living room and the kitchen again. Nothing out of place, nothing disturbed. No cigarettes in an ashtray with some butts stained with lipstick, no 2 empty glasses or 2 empty plates, and no anonymous notes from the killer or killers. Nothing. Mayu might have had 1 visitor or 2 or a dozen. That wasn't sure, but what was sure was the cold object now staining his bed. My Browning looked very silly in my hands, and I reholstered it, bringing my leg up to do it because I was afraid that by bending over I might faint. I took a couple more deep breaths and stepped back into the bedroom. Another quick glance at the bed showed a wide spray of brown and gray stains on the wall, the awful mess of what had been his head. And then I looked at the shelves against the wall. On each shelf, a number of tapes were missing. Easy enough then to see what had happened. He had received a visit from someone who didn't want his, or maybe even her, performance to be advertised or sold. The television kept on hissing as I left the apartment, sliding my way back down the fire stairs to the alley. I started driving with no destination in mind, just a voice telling me to get the hell away from Baker Street and the St. Lawrence Seaway Inn in the sands of Tyler Beach. A couple of hours later, I made it home, having spent the time moving up and down the interstate, hoping that by being in heavy traffic I could concentrate on driving and forget the sight of seeing the flesh and blood splattered on Oliver Mayu's bedroom wall. It hadn't worked. When I got inside, I locked the doors and saw that the green light on the answering machine was blinking. I played back the tape and found there had been 3 calls. And each time, the caller had hung up without leaving a message. I made a short and loud reference to that caller's parentage, and then I went upstairs. I put the .32 on the sink and stripped and took a shower. My hands were still shaking, and I dropped the soap a few times in the spray of the hot water. I kept my eyes open in the shower, even when the soap started to sting them, for every time I closed them, I kept seeing that decaying hunk of meat and bone on that bed. When I got out of the shower, I quickly wiped myself down, not bothering to check my skin. I wasn't in the mood. I went downstairs, taking my soiled clothes with me and holding the Browning in my right hand. I tossed the clothes into a green garbage bag and twisted the bag shut. I unlocked the front door long enough to throw the bag out into the yard. It would stay there until I took it to the town dump. As I went across the living room, still naked, except for a few drops of water running down my back, the phone rang. My voice was sharpened to the point, and on the other end was Felix. "Is that you, Louis?" The receiver felt cold in my hand. "What do you think, Felix?" I quickly asked. "You dialed my number. Who did you think would be here? The Flying Dutchman?" There was silence, and I said, "You call earlier?" "Yeah." I swore at him and said, "Don't you keep up with Miss Manners? It's considered rude not to leave a message on an answering machine. You got a problem with that?" He didn't reply, saying instead, "You hear the news about Mayu?" I was going to say something about just how much I knew about Oliver Mayu when I said no. "You tell me." "He's dead. Shot." I shifted the receiver to the other hand. It still felt cold. "Oh, so that's where you were this afternoon. You kept me waiting for a couple of hours, and instead of getting to the statue early enough to see what kind of traps might be there, you decided to cut out the middleman and go right to the inn. Is that right? Did you shoot Oliver? Or whack him, as you folks are so fond of saying?" "Not funny, Louis." I said, "Why not? Sounds perfectly amusing to me." "It's not funny because your cop friend thinks it's true. I'm at the Tyler police station. I was arrested an hour ago." By then I wished I was dressed, and I said, "You've been arrested for his murder?" "No, I've been arrested for assault." I tried to take a deep breath. "Who the hell did you assault? You're not making too much sense." Felix said, "Listen, give me a minute or two, all right? This afternoon I'm at the Blue Whale restaurant in Tyler, working on some other business, having a drink, when Oliver's best buddy comes in for a visit, Derek Cooney. He wanted to chat about how I was making his boss nervous, and how the whole deal about the movie should be put aside. And if I had a problem with that, we could talk about it. Well, I did. And we did. We went behind the restaurant, back behind some dumpsters. The discussion lasted a bit, and then he managed to stumble out, and I went back home, my ribs aching, not ready to move anywhere. So I called you to tell you that the meat was off, but you weren't home." Over the phone I made out a slight cough. "An hour or so later the cops come, and they put me down for assault. Seems Derek found his boss's body back at the hotel, panicked, called the cops, and your detective lady friend saw all his bruises and started asking him questions. He decided to answer them. So she made a connection with our little disagreement and what's left of Oliver. An arrest warrant for assault was drawn up, and the friendly North Tyler cops executed it. And here I am, standing in my shoes with no laces and no belt on my pants at the police station, and I need $5,000 for the cash bail to get me out." I said, "And why are you calling me? Why not a lawyer or one of your business associates? Don't you have comrades on the payroll who can come rescue you?" I think for the first time ever, I heard Felix sigh. He said slowly, "That wouldn't be a good idea for me. Word would get around that I couldn't keep my own house in order, that the cops were giving me hassles, affecting my job performance. I don't need a reputation like that to get passed on down." "So you called me." "So I called you, Louis. Listen, I'm not going to beg here. I just need to know, are you going to come bail me out?" I wondered if he could sense what was going through my mind, if his ear could somehow pick up the way my hand was shaking on the receiver. The killing of Oliver Mayhew had looked very professional. A shot or two right to the back of the head. And in that type of business, Felix Tenios was the most professional person I knew. "Louis!" In the background, I could make out the murmured sounds of a police radio. I said, 15 minutes. And then I hung up and finally got dressed. It actually was 20, because it took longer than I expected to get the money. It was in a secure place within walking distance of my house. No need to get into any extra details, because I've always felt I should have cash on hand, in case old ghosts with sharp teeth decided to pay me a visit, and I needed to move quickly. 5,000 made a dent in my cash, but not a serious one, and I was soon on my way. When I got to the police station, Diane met me in the waiting area near the station's dispatch center, where the sole female dispatcher was on duty this night. She had on gray slacks and a thick red and green rugby shirt, the sleeves rolled back. Her holstered revolver was exposed at her side, snug on a belt, and next to it was her detective's shield. Her hair was shiny with dirt and grease, and her eyes seemed thick with exhaustion, and she was not smiling when she came out. "Tenios told us that you were coming down to bail him out," she said, her arms folded, leaning against the cinder-block wall. "Since you're here, I can see he's at least telling us the truth on that." "You have doubts on anything else he said?" I asked, knowing full well that I had my own doubts about what he was saying and what he had done. "Come here, Louis, will you?" I followed her into the station, and she took me to a small kitchen near the chief's and deputy chief's offices, where during the day some of the administrative staff ate their lunches. She closed the door and sat down at a round wooden table, scarred with cigarette burns. Hanging on 3 of the 4 walls were cork bulletin boards, and tacked to the boards were police patches from all across the county and Canada and Mexico. I noticed one from Ontario as I sat across from her. There was a telephone on one wall, and before Diane sat down, its intercom buzzed. She muttered something and picked up the phone and said, "Woods," and there was a pause, and I noticed both her jaw and hand tighten. And then she said, "Tell her I'll call her back." Another pause, a louder muttering, and then she said, "Okay," and in one breath said, "Listen, I told you never to call me at work, and never means just that." She hung up the phone with enough force that I was sure the cell block's inmates heard the slam. Then she sat down in her chair, glaring. "Problems with Kara?" I asked. She refused to answer. She just stared at me and said in a low, firm voice, "You have any idea what the hell you're doing, Louis?" I decided not to pursue the matter. I said, "What I'm doing is helping an acquaintance of mine exercise his constitutional rights by getting him bailed out." She tapped on the kitchen table. "Bullshit. What gives? What do you owe Felix Tenios that made you come down here and bail out his ass?" There was also a shoulder patch from British Columbia up on the bulletin board. For a moment I started counting the patches, since I was having a hard time looking at her. "Nothing is owed, Diane," I said. "I might have a little responsibility to repay him for some things he's done to help me in the past, but he doesn't have me in a bind, if that's what you mean." She shook her head and pressed her hands against her temples. "What I mean is that a couple of hours ago, I had the distinct pleasure of seeing Oliver Mayhew get pulled out of his bed and placed in a rubber bag, and seeing his blood and brains drying on his bedroom wall. You know, when the firefighters picked him up, the sheet stuck to what's left of his head. That's what I've been doing. So in a span of 3 weeks, I have 3 bodies. I'm not sleeping, and my phone is ringing, and the chief and selectmen and the state want to know what's going on and what my progress is. And for the first time during this miserable month, I have something to hold on to. Felix Tenios. I get him here, someplace where I can see him, and you patter in and want to set him free." I said, "He's in for an assault charge. If you're so sure that Felix was involved with Mayhew's death, why don't you charge him with murder?" "Because we don't have everything yet," she nearly shouted. I sat up straighter, and she seemed slightly embarrassed at the outburst, and shook her head and said with urgency, "We're working on it, but we don't have everything in just a few hours. We're working it hard." "What do you have, then?" She said, "When we got to Mayhew's apartment at the hotel, we found evidence that he was involved with something illegal, something that Felix might have had an interest in. We need time to track that down, at least a day or 2, and you're not helping things by being so eager to bail him out." "So what was he involved with that had Felix as a connection?" I asked, lying in my best manner. "Was he involved with drugs or something like that? Did he cheat Felix out of something?" She shook her head again, pursed her lips. "Not telling. But there's something there that we're looking at, and we plan to charge Tenios with the murder quick as can be, once we get all the evidence in. Hell, the clerk at the front desk said she saw someone leave in a hurry, just about the time of Mayhew's death, and she thinks it might have been your Felix. And it'd be a hell of a lot easier for us if he's here or at the county jail, where we can keep an eye on him. So again, I ask you, Louis, why the hell are you bailing him out?" The kitchen seemed stuffy and slightly ridiculous. A kitchen in the middle of a police station. I said, "I'm bailing him out on the assault charge. I don't think Felix killed Oliver Mayhew. If I had the slightest thought that he did, then I wouldn't be here." "You got an alibi for him, then?" "Not yet." "No." She sighed, rapping her fingers on the scarred table. "I wish I could say I was disappointed in you, because right now you're acting like a Class 1 fool. But being disappointed in someone indicates some sort of relationship, and I don't think I know you or our relationship anymore." I said nothing. She stood up. "Is that all, Mr. Cole?" I said, "I'd like to see him now, Detective." In a small room just outside of the booking area, Felix sat in a folding metal chair, his belongings in a paper bag, staring at a wall and not looking at me. The bail bondsman was Ralph Potter, a huge man who always smoked cigars and was nearing 300 pounds, and who liked to wear large white T-shirts, bright yellow shorts, black knee-high stockings, and black shoes in the summer. He was a retired Tyler cop, and boasted that he spent more time at the station in his retirement than he had in his previous 30 years in the department, and was making more money to boot. I passed over the $5,000 in cash, and he wrote up the receipt with his thick fingers, cigar ash dribbling onto the table. He passed over the receipt and winked. "He's all yours, Louis." "Thanks. I can hardly think what to do with him." Felix was quiet as we went outside, and he held his bag to his chest as we made the short walk, though I noticed his shoulders seemed to ease some. The self-confidence and swagger of his pace seemed to have diminished. I started up the Range Rover, and in a minute or 2 we were heading north on Atlantic, back to where we both lived. As I drove, he opened up the paper bag and took out 2 sets of black shoelaces. He kicked off his shoes and put them in his lap and began carefully relacing his shoes, his fingers looking quite delicate. As he did this, he said, "For what it's worth, I'll say out front that I didn't do Oliver Mayhew. I'm not the one you're going to have to convince on that. It's going to be Diane Woods and the state police." "Well, that might take some doing," he said. He finished one shoe and started on the other. "But I had nothing to do with it." Traffic was light on Atlantic Avenue, and to my right, the waning moon was over the ocean, making a shiny, wavy path on the rolling water. Atlantic Avenue dipped and swerved, and Felix finished his second shoe as we went by the lit and too perfect splendor of the Lafayette House. I saw no towering cloud of smoke or sparks flying up beyond the parking lot where my house lay hidden, and I thought for just a moment about asking him about my watcher. Instead, I said, "I don't put too much together regarding coincidences. So you tell me. The 2 of us meet Oliver Mayhew about viewing some of his tapes. Less than a day later, he's dead, and some of the tapes are missing, and chances are those are the ones with Lynn Germano on them. 2 other people knew about Lynn Germano in the tapes. You've always told me that I didn't have the temperament for your type of work, so that leaves you as a pretty good suspect, don't you think?" He looked over at me, leaning forward a bit in the seat so he could thread his belt through his pants. For Felix, it was an odd position, and I thought about what type of humiliation he must be going through to be here at this moment. He snapped the belt shut and said, "But for what benefit? I'm doing just fine right now, away from the craziness of Boston and the North Shore. There's not much going on, but I'm still connected enough for a fine living. For a bug like Oliver Mayhew, I would threaten all of that." I turned into Rosemount Lane and pulled into his driveway. The tires on his car still looked fine. "Maybe you were on those tapes, Felix." He shook his head emphatically. "Not my taste." He opened the door and stepped out onto his driveway, and then leaned back in. "But think of this. Maybe Mayhew was lying to us. Maybe he did have that chick's death on the tape, and he was trying to work a side deal with the killer. That would explain a lot. Would explain Cooney's visit to me earlier today. If Oliver had something sweet going, he wouldn't want to involve us." "Maybe, at that," I said. "One of a few possibilities." He leaned back out. "A damn good possibility, and you know it." He gently tapped the roof of my Range Rover. "I hate to say thank you to anyone, and I think you know that. But I owe you one, Louis." "No," I said. "You owe me 5,000. He laughed. "That I do. Maybe I'll delete it from your house-sitting bill. Or maybe you'll get it tomorrow, after I sweat it out of someone." "Derek Cooney?" He said, "The same. The very same. I want to know why he turned me in so quickly." I shifted into reverse. "Well, don't leave any bruises. You damn near wiped out my bank account tonight, and I can't afford to bail you out again." As I backed out of the driveway, I saw his stride return to the Felix Tenios I had known. I wasn't too sure if that was a comforting thought, so I drove home. I stopped at a Quick Mart in North Tyler for some frozen lemonade and other shopping, and it was just right after 10 when I resumed heading south, back to the bright lights of the Lafayette House and its quiet parking lot. My Range Rover did its usual bumpy ride down the driveway, past the no trespassing signs, to my garage. My house was still standing well, unburnt and undamaged, and when this was over, I intended to make sure that the watcher Felix had hired got a bonus. When this was over. Good suggestion, good wish. I switched off the lights and the engine and got out of the packed dirt floor of the garage, carrying my grocery bag in one hand. With the moon's rising, the land about my house was well lit, almost like streetlight had been built in the backyard. Which explains how I recognized Derek Cooney the moment he walked in front of the open garage, and how I saw the gun in his hand. Chapter 21. In situations like the one I was facing, a lot goes through your mind, and your senses seem to expand and sharpen. I could smell the richness of the packed earth, feel the rough touch of the grocery bag in my hands, see the moonlight making the finish of my Range Rover look like it had just been waxed. I also thought about other things, about Paula Quinn and Sissy Manning, and how much protection the grocery bag would offer me when and if Derek started pulling the trigger on his pistol, which looked like a 9mm of some sort, and which was only a couple of yards away. My own .32 Browning was with me, of course, but since it was in my ankle holster, it could have been in Spokane for all it was worth at that moment. His face was bruised and scratched, so Felix had been telling the truth about their little visit. He had on a short leather jacket, red t-shirt, blue jeans, and white scuffed sneakers, and his belly was a large round object pressing against his jeans. He had a small, quiet smile on his face, as if enjoying something slightly amusing. He said, "Looks like I've got you at a disadvantage, Ryder man." I didn't move. Looks like it to me, too. His grin grew wider. Course, my dad was one to put that in a bit coarser terms, like I got you by your short hairs. That makes sense to you? About as much as anything does. He nodded. Good. He pulled aside his short leather jacket and stuck the 9mm in his rear waistband, and everything seemed to sigh and decompress, and no longer could I smell the earth in my garage. I shifted my own weight. Proving a point? I asked. Exactly, he said. Wanted to prove that you weren't so special, that if I wanted to, I could have blown off your head as easy as stepping on a flopping fish. Wanted to show you that I didn't forget that little number a few days back when you tossed me down the stairs at the inn in front of my boss. That probably made him pretty mad at you, I said. He nodded again. That it did. He told me that I embarrassed him, as much as it had embarrassed me. But with what I just did, I'll consider what's between us even, if that's all right with you. Who was I to argue? That'd be fine, Derek. You and I are even. Good. He looked behind him, and then looked back at me, and he was no longer smiling. His face was troubled, and he said, I need to talk to you. You got a beer or two in that bag? Some switch in attitude. No, but I've got a couple in the house. Hold on out here, and Derek, I hope you understand I'm not going to invite you in. He shrugged. That's all right. I'm looking to be flexible myself. I'll wait out here. I went past him and unlocked the door and went inside, only switching on a small table lamp. The answering machine light glowed steady. There was a smell about me, the rich stink of sweat and fear, and I didn't like it, not one bit. I put the groceries away and grabbed one Molson, and then two, and with an opener went back outside. I left the door open, and the small lamp made a little light in my small front yard. I opened both Molsons and handed one over to Derek. He took a long swallow, sighed, and then wiped his face on a sleeve of his leather jacket. He sat down on my stone steps, and I sat on the rough ground before him, conscious that in crossing my legs he could make out the ankle holster. He did. He nodded in my direction, and said, "We're even, so don't even worry about that type of crap." All right. I swallowed some of my own beer and tasted not a thing. "Felix Teneos is looking for you, and he's not in a very happy mood." He scratched at an ear. "Yeah, I can see why the little shit would be. From the way your face is looking, I'd say he's big enough." He grinned at that. "Maybe not big enough, but Jesus, yeah, he's quick enough. Real quick. I met him out behind the Blue Whale, and just as I was thinking where should I pop him one, he was coming after me. Now I know why he carries so much weight around here. The bastard's good. You know, I didn't have much of a choice this afternoon after I called the cops when I saw Mr. Mayu spread out like that. If I'd been thinking better, I would have just closed the door and gone home and forgot about it. But it's like when I saw him lying like that, I had to talk to someone, to tell somebody what had happened, so I called the cops." He took another swallow, and I said, "And when they started pressing you about what Oliver was up to and why your face was so marked up, you gave them Felix's name?" He looked shy, almost embarrassed. "Didn't have much of a choice. They knew I worked for Mr. Mayu, and when they started going through his tapes and stuff, they started asking me hard questions. I couldn't really shag 'em off, especially when they said they might charge me with some of the taping stuff. Corruption of minors, child abuse, child porn, shit like that I don't need." I said, "What do you need then, Derek?" Far overhead, an airplane passed, and I thought of the curious bravery of those who would take small airplanes over the ocean in the dark. So many random violences out there, from dying because of a wrong road taken, a wrong sidewalk walked upon, the wrong neighborhood lived in, and yet some people seem to revel in temptations like flying at night in a small plane over the wide and unforgiving Atlantic. He took a deep breath. "I need you to contact your friend Felix. Ask him to pull back and call off the hounds. Man, I know he must be pissed, but I had to give him up this afternoon. There's no way that Mr. Mayu's project is going to get me sent to Concord." "Why did you see him at the Blue Whale this afternoon? I heard you were sent to discourage him. What did Oliver have in mind?" Cooney balanced the beer bottle in his hands and hunched forward. "Mr. Mayu made some phone calls the morning after he met up with the two of you. He said a better deal was going to come through, one that he had been working on for some time, and that was better than the two of you could have put together. So he told me that I should go talk to Felix, tell him that the deal was off, and then go see you." I felt almost like smiling, which I thought was unusual, considering who was sitting across from me. "And did you come by to see me earlier?" He shook his head ruefully. "No. I was hurting so much. I wanted to go back and tell Mr. Mayu that it was going to be tougher than he expected, and that's when I found him." "Who did he call that morning, before he sent you out?" I asked. "Was it his friends in Montreal?" He slowly shook his head. "No, I think it was local. You know why? 'Cause he spoke in English. Every time he called up north, he'd speak in French. I couldn't make out the words, but I'm sure it was English. I think maybe it was his partner." "And who's his partner?" He opened up one hand to me. "Don't know that, honest. Mr. Mayu, sometimes he'd say that he had a shadow guy behind him, help him get things going. I think it was the guy who fronted him the money for all those tapes and that editing equipment. That was pretty expensive shit, you know, nothing that he could afford. But he'd never tell me the name. Just his shadow guy, that's all. On some stuff, Mr. Mayu was dead quiet." "Tell me more about the tapes, Derek. When did they start, and why?" "Jesus, I don't know, Derek," I said. the tone in my voice enough for him to look up at me. "If you want me to talk to Felix Teneos about you, start answering me. What I tell Felix will depend on what you tell me." He rubbed his beer bottle, rotating it a bit, as if trying to start a fire in the concrete at his feet. "Mr. Mayu, he said it just started out as a hobby to get him through the week, you know. Running cottages and working in a hotel and a restaurant like the Diner. Jesus Christ, you don't know the hours you put in. Every freaking minute, it seems, there's complaints or problems, from dirty dishes to missing towels. You're on call every day of the week. And for what? Money and time off in the winter when you can't enjoy what you've earned? So he did what he did with the videos. Give him some kicks at the end of the day. You think you meet many chicks the kind of work he was in?" The ground was cool against my butt. It seemed like he met a special chick, like you said, Lynn Germano. He gave a short laugh, looked down again at his beer bottle. "Yeah, Lynn Germano. She was a wild one, that. Didn't mind her job at all. Think she enjoyed it a lot." Something tasted sour in my mouth. "I suppose you're not talking about her waitressing job." "You suppose correct, writer-man. Story the way Mr. Mayu told it, I guess he kinda liked the way she filled out her waitress uniform, and so he went out a bit too much on a limb and set up the video stuff in her cottage, hoping to catch some hot action. Which was pretty stupid. I mean, it's hard to find the video gear in the inn, but it was easy to notice it at her cottage." Of course it was. And I remembered that electrical cord snaking out from the storage area in her bedroom the night I visited her cottage after her body had been taken away. Real easy to find. And I should have known better. Go on. Cooney took another swallow, finished his beer. "Not much to tell about it. He set up the video gear, and sure enough, she found it. The way he told me, she came in screaming, and he screamed back at her, and then he offered her some money to forget about it. A hell of a lot more money than waitressing, I'll tell you. And that smell of green settled her down. Then they got to talking. Pretty soon, the two of them worked out a deal. I mean, the tapes at the inn were nice, but those chicks didn't know they were being filmed, so sometimes the quality of the tapes sucked. But with Lynn, Jesus, I think it kind of turned her on, knowing there was a camera taking pictures of her, and she'd put on a hell of a performance. You wouldn't believe those tapes. So hot, you'd think they'd melt." "She have any regulars you know of?" I asked, the cold ale roiling in my stomach. "Nope. Just guys she'd pick up at work or at the beach. Occasionally Mr. Mayu, and I'm sure he'd let his partner have a piece." He smirked. "Once I went over to her place and got her drunk, and I had a piece, and it was pretty good. Someone as young as that? Not bad at all." I tried to smile, but probably failed. And I said, "Who was her last one, Derek? Was it you?" He smiled back at me. "Good try, but the cops already questioned me, and I was working that night, and there's about a half-dozen people who never saw me once leave the diner. No, I don't know who it was, but it wasn't me, and it wasn't Mr. Mayu. But there is one guy." And with that, his face darkened. I decided the night was coming to a close, and I stood up, brushing the sand and grass from my pants. "Huh? And who'd that be?" Derek followed my cue and got up from the steps. "Your buddy there, Teneos. I tell you, writer-man, if you live in a neighborhood and your cat gets torn to shreds, You don't start asking questions about the pet hamsters and rabbits people are keeping. You look for the pit bull or the German shepherd, and Felix Teneos is this town's pit bull. I don't know what he might be up to, and at this point I really don't care, but he's the only one that comes to mind. With Lynn and that fisherman and Mr. Mayu, well, someone's either got some serious problems or a serious agenda, and I think Teneos fits the bill. He handed over his empty bottle and said plaintively, You will talk to him, won't you? I nodded. Yeah, I'll give it a shot. But one more thing. He zippered up his coat a bit, and the zipper and fabric bunched against the swelling of his stomach. Yeah. Thinking of Felix and promises that were made, I said, Did you have any problems coming here to my house? Anyone talk to you? He smiled and wiped his hand back against his hair. Yeah, someone did at that. My cousin Clarence. He's on the state road crew for this section of the beach. He came over a while ago and asked me what was up, and I said I wanted to talk to you. He asked me if it was going to be peaceful, and I said, yeah, no problem. And he said, okay, see you later. Why? Does Clarence work for you? My stomach still felt queasy. No, thank God. I looked him over, and he was slightly pathetic, standing there at my steps because I didn't want him or his scent in my house. And I said, Where do you go from here? He had stuffed his hands in his coat and started walking up my driveway, but he turned and said, Good question, writer man. You know, I come from Falconer, and I've never lived more than 3 miles from home. I'm not that good with numbers or words or writing, but I am good with my hands and in staring down people and getting things done. I've worked as a bouncer and a repo man and for Mr. Mayu, and that last one was the best so far. Not much hand-to-hand work, and I could scarf as many free meals as I could and look at some pretty babes. Now I gotta look somewhere else, and it's rough, writer man. The type of jobs I'm good for aren't the type of jobs that are advertised in the newspapers. Then he looked over at the far lights of Tyler and the beach, and before he started walking again, he said, Thing is, too, I might move away from the coast for a while, until I read in the newspaper somewhere that the cops got whoever is raising hell around here. I don't need to stick around and have some loony like Felix Teneos decide that I should be swimming with the fishes with an anchor chain wrapped around my neck, if you know what I mean. I said I did, and I watched him trudge up my driveway until he was out of view. Then I went into my house and tossed the 2 bottles into my recycling bin, and after getting another beer, I went out on my deck to watch the stars rise. There was a time before Nevada when I remembered sharing a late Sunday morning breakfast with Sissy Manning, sitting on the porch of her condominium in what was a relatively quiet part of Alexandria, Virginia. The furniture was metal and white, and the round table had a clear glass top, and she had cooked us eggs Benedict, and there was a special blend of coffee from a shop down the street, and we were sharing that morning's editions of the Washington Post and the New York Times over the collection of dirty dishes. She was a marvelous cook, and I was an equally marvelous dishwasher, and both of us thought we were getting great deals. Her red hair was freshly washed and tied behind in a ponytail, and she was wearing a white terry cloth robe that was fairly open at the top, and I determined that fairly open meant I could make out the faint spread of freckles down her fine cleavage. She had the Post and I had the Times, and that morning I was wearing her other terry cloth robe, the blue one, and she sighed and turned the pages with an effort and looked up at me with her green eyes that seemed to have the power to always seize my attention. It worked this morning, and I put down the Times and said, "Something on your mind?" She said, "No, not really. Just the general angst of the times, I guess. Reading about all that's going on in the world, and especially in our part of it. In D.C., I can remember being a kid at my school academy and getting dressed in my best uniform to visit D.C., and getting goosebumps at actually seeing the monuments and the Capitol building and the White House. There was so much history there. It almost made me faint." "Then I envy you," I said. "My big school trip highlight was a bus ride to Indianapolis to see the governor. Then we went to see the Speedway, and I think most of us enjoyed the Speedway better." She laughed and said, "You Midwest boy." You know, I go through D.C. now, and I wonder about the kids getting shot because they were in the way of rival drug gangs or wearing the wrong baseball caps, and I look at the monuments and think of them as relics from an earlier and better time. And I wonder about the well-bought fools who work in the Capitol building and live in the White House." I turned the pages of the Times, wondering what possible party line the reporters were following, and said, "Ben Franklin once said our government was a democracy if we could keep it, but I don't think he ever figured out how dreary it was going to get." "Probably not," she said, crossing her legs, and there was a lot of leg. "But what do we do about it? We work for the government. Don't you think we're part of the problem? And what do we produce? All we do is read and write reports that have a circulation of about 10 or 20. That's it. Not much of a contribution." I looked around and half-seriously said, "Hush, my sweet one, or the II unit will be coming by, wondering why you're spilling secrets over Sunday brunch." She made what she called her up-yours face, scrunching it up and sticking her tongue out, and she said, "Come on. Don't be so scared of internal investigations. Don't you feel that you should do more? What about our responsibility to our fellow man?" I folded up the Times and passed it over to her and said, "What you and I do is to fulfill our responsibilities to our government. We read. We read newspapers, magazines, intercepted messages and documents, novels, screenplays, and whatnot. We're not poorly paid, and we write reports and make predictions about defense and military matters, and if we're right sometimes, then we get commendation letters that remain unread. We help people who get paid a lot more than we do to make decisions. When we don't work, we let the world go by and pay our taxes and donate to charities. And that's it, sissy. Just you and me and friends and family. That's it. Those people who have agendas they need fulfilled, they can go do that. Fine. All power to them. I have other things on my mind." She crossed her arms. "What about participating in humanity?" I lifted up my coffee cup and saluted her. "A noble goal, that one. But right now, my goal is to participate in you, Miss Sissy Manning, and get sweaty and comfortable while doing it." Sissy responded by tossing the style section at my head, but she was laughing as she did it. And eventually we slid back into bed. At my fingertips, resting on the wooden floor of my deck, were 2 additional empty bottles of Molson Golden, and I tried to remember how many of their funny man-woman radio commercials I could recall, and lost count after 6. The stars had come out even brighter as the moon had set, and I drew my knees up to my chest and hugged myself for a while, just thinking. It was a quiet night, and even the waves didn't seem that loud. The ocean was empty of lights, save for the standard ones at the Isles of Shoals. But the seaways and harbor traffic lanes were still this night, and the fish and lobsters and other life out there were swimming unmolested in the cold salt water. So much change. I thought again of that breakfast morning, and the words I said then seemed as cold as ashes in my mouth. A meteor streaked by, a faint flash that was gone by the time I recognized what it was. It was Wednesday evening, and shortly it would become Thursday morning. Almost time for bed and some welcome sleep. I thought again about Sissy and Trent and Carl and all the rest, and I began thinking of what I would do this Sunday, what form of penance I would perform for them. And as I thought of what I could do, another thought came to me, of what I would be doing tomorrow and the next day. I thought back to what Derek Cooney had told me, and then I decided what I would do on Sunday. And I knew that before Sunday came, I would visit the person I believed was responsible for the deaths of Lynn Germano, Henry Desmond, and Oliver Mayhew. Chapter 22. Some years ago, I attended a training session for my job with the DoD. A group of us were sitting in one of those classrooms that had raised auditorium seating for the students. Our ages ranged from late teens to mid-50s at least, and one would be hard-pressed to try to categorize us. We were tall and short and thin and fat, and black, white, and brown. About the only thing we had in common were the plastic badges with our photos that said trainee, which we had to hang around our necks. None of us knew each other by name, so there were a lot of polite smiles and nods during class every morning, but all of us knew our instructor, Colonel Webb, and he knew all of us. Though he wasn't retired military, he wore civilian clothes and carried a cane as he walked across the floor of the classroom, lecturing to us without notes. He was about 45 and tall and fit, with a tanned face and short gray-black hair. His right leg was a prosthetic, and he had a disconcerting habit of rapping on his fake leg with the cane when making a point during his lectures. This winter morning, he was talking about connections, about history and the past, and he talked about the disastrous Marine barracks explosion in Beirut in 1983. I sat in the rear, listening intently. I didn't take notes, for notebooks were not allowed. Since the government thought we were so smart, we were expected to remember everything we heard. The government on this occasion must have been right, for it worked. He stood in the center of the room, staring at everyone and anyone, and with his voice dripping contempt said, "There were a lot of contributing factors to the screw-up, some of which got fixed immediately, some of which we're still experiencing. The standard things were pretty easy to fix. A lousy chain of command structure, which made it hard to pin down who exactly ordered what and who had what responsibility. The utter stupidity of the orders placing Marines in harm's way and not allowing them to load their weapons, and the lack of a definite mission. Those poor bastards weren't sent into Beirut to seize ground or to kill someone, and that's the mission of the Marines. They were sent into Beirut as part of something called an international peacekeeping force, and the only peace some of them ever accomplished was the peace of the grave." Then he strode across the room and stopped in front of his lectern and used his cane for emphasis again on his leg. Tap, tap. But one major factor contributing to that disaster was something that couldn't be easily fixed or addressed, for it wasn't as tangible as a stupid order or a fouled-up chain of command. It was a lack of sense, a lack of what had occurred there in the past. He stared at us again. Colonel Webb had the unerring ability to make you feel like you were the only student in the classroom. He said, "If you asked any of the White House weasels, the DoD planners, and even the commanders in the field for a basic history lesson of what had occurred in Lebanon for the previous 50 years, you would have gotten a blank look. None of them knew anything about what had gone on before. They didn't care. And in not caring, they didn't realize that their ignorance of the different sects, militias, and religions, and their tangled history in that region would kill damn near 300 of their fellow countrymen. Colonel Webb went back to his lectern, and then turned quickly. "Mr. Hagopian." "Sir," came the reply, from a young, dark-skinned man sitting in the front row. Tap, tap went the cane. "You have a smile on your face. You seem to be enjoying a portion of my talk. Or perhaps you disagree with me. Do let us know what you're thinking." Hagopian was still smiling as he said, "I just don't agree with your premise about the past playing such an important part. I think that current tensions, current rivalries play a much more vital role." Colonel Webb nodded. He and Hagopian had sparred before on other issues. I, on the other hand, had been content to stay quiet in an upper row. I was trying to keep what snipers called a low profile. "So," the colonel said, "you would be one for letting the past bury the past. Don't worry about previous events." Hagopian shrugged. "In some cases, yes. The past is dead, is gone. It can't reach you." Colonel Webb arched an eyebrow. "Then do me the favor of standing up, if you will." Hagopian paused, and I felt the back of my neck tingle. Colonel Webb had such a look about him that if he told us not to come to class the next morning wearing pants, I was certain that there would be a lot of naked legs that day. I supposed Hagopian wasn't immune to the effect, for he stood up slowly. Unlike any other class I had ever been in, no one dared laugh. The colonel said, "I'm going to begin a children's poem. You will complete it. Understand? Here we go. Ring around the rosy." Hagopian's face seemed to redden. "What do you mean by this?" Tap, tap. "I mean that if you do not finish this rhyme, you will be out of this building in exactly 1 hour. Now, complete the phrase. Ring around the rosy." Again, no laughter, even as Hagopian cleared his throat and said, "Pocket full of posies, ashes, ashes, we all fall down." Colonel Webb nodded and said, "Quite good. You may return to your seat. Does anyone recognize the significance of this little demonstration?" For some reason, I raised my hand and announced, "Black Death." "Exactly," Colonel Webb said, and he looked at me, and I knew he was remembering my name and my answer. "The bubonic plague, which destroyed about 2/3 of Europe in the 14th century. Listen again to the words. Ring around the rosy, of reference to the red boil-like marks that appeared on the skin of the plague victims. Pocket full of posies. In those times it was thought that vapors or humors were a cause of the plague, and some thought carrying certain flowers would ward off the vapors. Ashes, ashes, a reference either to the blackened skin of those nearing death, or the ashes of the bodies that were burned. We all fall down. Fairly self-explanatory, don't you think?" He leaned against the lectern, one hand still grasping his cane. "The Black Death was an event that wiped out entire villages and families, and caused such death and terror that it is remembered even to this day by humanity through the 4 lines of a simple nursery rhyme, passed on from generation to generation." Someone coughed in the room, and Colonel Webb glared at Hagopian. "You just repeated a message over 500 years old that had been given to you as a child, Mr. Hagopian. Don't you ever think that the past means nothing." Though it had been some time since I had last been there, I remembered the drive fairly well and got to my destination easily enough. All the time I was driving, I was chastising myself for wrong decisions and wrong choices. I had let events maneuver, overwhelm, and control me, and with that lack of control, I had let some things slide. That hadn't been particularly bright of me, and I didn't like it. In my former job at the Five-Sided Palace, it would have been enough to have gotten me fired. I made the correct turns this Thursday morning and went down Rye Lane in Lawrence, Massachusetts. And this time, the small houses with smaller yards looked almost fake, as if they were part of some large amusement park, being more at home in the flat swamps of Florida than in the overbuilt and slightly wooded hills of northern Massachusetts. As I went down the road, I checked the gas gauge. Almost on empty. I would have to gas up soon. I parked in front of number 16, the light yellow house where Lynn Germano had once lived, and a place I should have come to again before now. The late-model blue Buick was parked in the cement driveway. I got out of my Range Rover and looked at the windows of the house. They seemed empty. I went up the short walk to the front door. The last time I was here, I had left my card, covering the Germano name in its little slot on the side of the door. My card was gone, but the name was still there, covered with clear tape. I rang the doorbell and waited, seeing my faint reflection in the plastic of the storm door. No screens. I wondered if Lynn's father had been remiss in putting the screens up, or if he had been too busy during the past few weeks. The latter was my guess. I now believed that he had been quite busy. I heard footsteps coming down a hallway, heading to the door, and I felt myself stand straighter. I was armed with 2 weapons that morning, my .32 Browning in my ankle holster, and my business card from Shoreline, which was in my fingers. The same woman from last time answered, opening the door with a quizzical look on her face, which changed to sullen resignation when she recognized who I was. Mrs. Germano's face was still puffy and pale, but her curly gray hair was neatly combed. She had on light green polyester slacks and open-toe gardening shoes, and a yellow pullover blouse. A pair of eyeglasses were suspended from a thin chain around her neck, joining another chain that held a silver crucifix. "I thought I told you that we didn't want to talk to you," she said, her voice soft but harsh, and she started to close the door. "Go away before I call the police." I wasn't fond of myself, but I said, "Mrs. Germano, in 1 week's time, my magazine will be on the newsstands, and it's going to have a story about Lynn's involvement with prostitution at Tyler Beach, unless you can convince me otherwise." That and a few other words and lies got me into the house, and by the time that had happened, I felt grimy. The things I do. The living room looked like it had been part of a federal dust control experiment, for not one throw cushion, not one couch doily, and not one Hummel figurine on the mantelpiece above the closed-off fireplace was out of place. The floor was hardwood and brightly polished. I sat on a light green couch that had a pebbly fabric that feels awful if you're wearing shorts, and she sat across from me in a matching chair. There were 2 other matching chairs and a stereo system that looked like it was top of the line when a Georgia peanut farmer was president, and there was a huge GE television set in one corner. There were some framed photographs on the wall, on the television set, and on the mantelpiece. Some showed a much younger Mrs. Germano with a man I guessed was her husband. There were 2 or 3 photographs of a gangly and youthful Lynn Germano, and a framed one that looked like a high school photograph, Lynn's blonde hair and skin flawless. On the television set was a faded photograph of a couple holding a baby. Besides the hallway door through which I had come in, there was another door in the living room which led off to the kitchen, and from there I could make out the sound of a television. From the kitchen area, a male voice. "Who is it, dear?" She called back, "Just a magazine man. He'll be gone shortly." She turned to me, and her eyes were tearing up, and in a form of alchemy I think all middle-aged women share, a wad of blue tissue appeared in her fist. She said, He'll be out here in a minute or two, but let's see what we can get out of the way before that happens. What do you know about Lynn? I said the basics, Mrs. Germano, that she was involved in some criminal activities involving prostitution, and those activities resulted in her death. She brought the tissue up to her mouth and gave a deep sigh, and murmured, God, the things that Tom and I did for her, and nothing worked. Nothing worked. She was a wild one right from the start. Fights with the neighborhood kids, stealing things from stores, lying and cheating at school. She looked at me, and it was like she didn't know if she could smile or not. Do you know in 4th grade she was sent home because she damn near bit the ear off another 4th grader? It sounds like it must have been difficult, I said, and I knew it was the wrong thing, for she gave me a scornful look. I know what you're thinking, big-shot magazine writer, she said fiercely. You're thinking that Tom and I were ignorant mill workers from Lawrence, that all we did was beat up Lynn and didn't do things right by her. Maybe we were religious freaks, right? Or drunks? And she rebelled against us because we were so strict, right? That's what you're thinking. Well, it didn't happen that way. We worked with her, we watched over her homework, and we took her to doctors and psychiatrists and counselors. We spent thousands of dollars. Thousands. And for what? She became a cheap whore. The tissue came back to her face, and she seemed to have clenched her teeth. I could still make out the sounds of the television set from another room. I crossed my legs and rested one hand on my thigh, rehearsing in my mind the few steps I would have to take to get at the Browning if the need arose. I said, Did you know what she was doing before her death? She nodded fiercely. We had suspicions, Tom and me. She had too much money for a girl her age and too many nice clothes. We both knew she couldn't make that much money working as a waitress. We were talking about it with her one day that she came back to visit. Tom accused her of dealing drugs. She denied it. He accused her again, and they started yelling, and then she ran out that door there and turned and slapped her behind, and she said, You want to know, that's where I got my money, okay? From my ass. You happy now? She bent over and wiped at her eyes with the tissue. Her voice sounded hollow. That was the last time we saw her. How angry was your husband? Did he know who she worked for? She shook her head. I don't think he knew, though he always swore he'd find out. He couldn't sleep for nights, you know. He'd be lying there, just shaking with anger, and that's all he could talk about. That Lynn was selling herself to older men, and that neither of us could do anything about it. I cleared my throat and said gently, Mrs. Germano, has your husband been up to Tyler Beach at all this past month? She looked slightly surprised. No, of course not. Are you sure? I said. It wouldn't take that long to go to Tyler Beach and then come back to Lawrence. You might not have noticed he had done that if you were busy doing something else. With that, Tom Germano came into the living room, and his wife turned to me and said, her eyes still shiny with tears, Mr. Cole, I know what you're thinking, and I'm positive. He's never gone up there. I nodded. She was right. Tom Germano came in almost silently, for he was in a wheelchair. Chapter 23. Tom Germano looked a few years older than his wife. He had on a checked flannel shirt and a light orange blanket tucked about his waist. Both of his legs seemed to end just above the knees. The shirt's sleeves were rolled up his thick wrists, and his upper chest looked muscular. His face was flushed, and he had the beginnings of wattles underneath his chin. His gray-black hair was parted to one side. His pale blue eyes were rheumy, but focused on me quick enough. Balanced in his lap was a cocktail glass. An ice cube and an olive floated in the glass. When he stopped the wheelchair, he picked up his drink and took a sip. He said, "My first of the day, even if it is in the morning. My own rules, you know. One in the morning, one in the afternoon, and one after dinner. Not much to do around here except read and watch the goddamn television. And all I've been watching right now is one of those talk shows for fat housewives whose husbands don't ball 'em enough. You ever watch those programs?" "No, I can't say that I have," I said. He nodded. "They suck, most of 'em, but you gotta have something to get you through the day. I'd offer you a drink, except you might be offended. And right about now I think you're a son of a bitch, and I don't drink with sons of bitches." I shrugged. "That sounds fair enough." He had a small, sly smile. "Not much seems to get you riled." "But some things do, I imagine," he said, replacing the glass in his lap. "I've been listening some to what's going on. Why the hell are you here?" "Like I told your wife, I'm working on a story for my magazine," I said, not bothering to repeat the lie that it was a story ready for publication. Lead time for any magazine article is several months. It involves Lynn and what happened to her up in Tyler. I'm just trying to find out what went on, find out from you two what I can. He hunched his shoulders forward a bit. "Magazine writer, bah! Almost as bad as newspaper writers. You're all the same. Just the other day, Sarah made the mistake of talking to a newspaper writer, and when I found out about it, I tossed the little witch out. I may not have any legs, but I believe I can still cause you harm, Mr. Cole." Sarah Germano was scrunched up on the couch, not saying a word, just holding the blue ball of tissue to her face. I said, "I believe that you can probably attempt just that, Mr. Germano. Tell me, that newspaper writer you tossed out, was she from the Tyler Chronicle?" He nodded. "Yep. Said we had to talk to her. And I told her, 'Miss, I don't even have to subscribe to your goddamn newspaper.'" "Paula, she said she had been working on something she didn't want to tell me about. Had it been her visit to the Germanos? Had she learned something she wouldn't tell me? Or was it something else?" Tom Germano went on. "Let me tell you a little story about newspapers, Mr. Cole. You ever hear about the great Labor Day miracle about 10 or so years ago? Happened near here on I-495? "Tom," Sarah admonished. And I said, "No, I haven't." "Well," he said, a delighted look on his face, "you're pretty fortunate, being here and talking to one of the actual participants in this great Labor Day miracle, for that's what the newspapers called it. It was a Labor Day weekend, and I was hauling freight to Worcester, heading along 495 when some drunk bastard cuts me off. Well, I nearly have to stand on my brakes to stop, and the load starts swinging out of control, and I slam right into a Volkswagen some young mama was driving with her infant daughter." He nodded and picked up his drink from his lap and took a satisfied sip. "Well, we fused together and go screaming off the roadway, all crumpled up and tumbling. When the firefighters and state police showed up, Mama was pretty bung up, with a broken arm and some broken ribs, and the usual cuts and scrapes. Me? Well, I'm so twisted up that by the time they squeezed me out of the cab, the butchers up at Lawrence Memorial had to take off my legs, right above the knees." Came the quiet sound from the couch. It was so quiet then that I could hear flies buzzing around outside and the sound of a small airplane. "But that wasn't the miracle," Tom said. The miracle was when they ripped that Volkswagen apart and found that mama's little girl sitting in her car seat, still holding on to her doll, and without a cut or a scratch. My, how the newspapers loved that story. The miracle of Labor Day. They took photos of me, bandaged and doped up in my hospital bed, with the baby sitting on my chest. A local bank even started a fund drive for me, 'cause my driving days were over, and they managed to raise me $1,014. Remember that, Sarah? $1,014. I could still show you the check stub. Another nod, another sip of the drink. Then the newspapers went on to something else, and that girl's mama decided miracles weren't enough. So she sued me and the insurance company and won. And soon we're on welfare and food stamps. And, well, your newspapers weren't so interested in that story anymore. So you can fairly tell, Mr. Cole, that I'm not too fond of newspapers, magazines, or your goddamn Tyler, New Hampshire. Hate the place. Wish I never heard of it. Tyler and whatever's come out of Tyler has caused me and Sarah grief and money, and not much else. I looked over at Sarah, and she was nodding her head, her jaw set grimly, and she looked at me and said, "Tom's right. Oh, he's still torn up about what happened back then, and what happened to Lynn, but he's right. Nothing good's ever come out of Tyler for us." "Damn right," Tom said, raising up his glass. "Especially that little terror Lynn. Everything we did for her. It was bad blood in her, Sarah. That's what I've always said." I looked at the two of them and said, "What do you mean by that?" Tom grumbled as he drank from his glass, and Sarah dabbed at her eyes and said, "Well, you know Lynn was originally from Tyler, before she came here." She was. In the same instant I'm asking the question, I'm looking again at the photograph on the television set of a couple holding an infant. The woman looks vaguely like Sarah, but the man looks nothing like Tom Germano. Sarah nodded. "Lynn's not our daughter, Mr. Cole. She was our niece." Tom swallowed and finished off his drink. "She was just a toddler when her real parents got killed back in 1977. Lynn was with her grandmother on New Year's Eve that year, while her parents, Mike and Beth Dumont, they was killed in a house fire at a party in Porter. They'd been drinking and spent the night, and them and another woman died in the fire, and a couple of others damn near got killed too." Sarah nodded in remembrance and said, "Beth was my sister, you know, and after she and Mike died, well, there wasn't any place for little Lynn to go. So she came here." She got up from the couch and said, "See, there's their picture over there, and let's see." She started tracing the spines of the books on a shelf near the television set, standing up on her toes, and then she took down a slim volume, slightly dusty, with a gold-embossed cover that said, "The Tyler Warrior, 1949. She opened the book up and handed it over to me and said, "See, class sweethearts," and that they were, but they waited 4 years to get married. The picture was on a page with familiar captions from a long-ago time. Class clowns, class brains, most likely to succeed, and for class couple, Mike Dumont and Beth LeJoie, who was soon to be Mrs. Beth Dumont, mother of Lynn Germano, who would die violently in that town more than 40 years later. Sarah sighed and sat back on the couch and said, "Beth was my older sister, but only by a year. She and Mike tried and tried to have a baby and finally got resigned to never being parents. They'd stopped thinking about it when Beth suddenly found herself pregnant at the age of 44. They couldn't believe it when Lynn was born. They were so happy. And what a tragedy to have your parents taken away at such an early age." She paused. "That's probably why Lynn was such a hell-raiser, you know. She never really thought of Tom and me as her real parents, even though we had adopted her and she had our name." "Bad blood," Tom Germano grumbled. "It was all in the blood. Your sister Beth was a good sort, but that Mike was a sour one, always getting himself in trouble." I flipped through the yearbook and got to the senior photos. There were Beth Lajoie and Mike Dumont, looking almost the same as they had in their class sweethearts photo. Beth had been active in Home Ec and the Future Club, and her goal was to see the world and have a family. Mike had played football, and his goal was to make a lot of money. I rubbed at the slick pages, thinking about where all of these children were now. In 1949, they had survived a world war that had killed tens of millions. Korea and Vietnam were just names on a map, and America's rich place in the world was secure and safe. My God, the years they had lived through. I touched the book again, and then looked at the cover, running my fingers across the embossed gold letters. For some reason, the book seemed familiar to me, and with a sudden chill seizing me, I knew why. I had seen one like it only about a week ago, in a quiet, deserted house on Clipper Lane in Tyler Beach. I returned to the seniors' photos, and there he was. One Henry Desmond. Sweet Jesus, I breathed. And I looked again, and after a minute or so I found the photo of one Alice Gilliam, who was later to marry a Navy man named Crenshaw, and who would live in a big old house at the end of Weymouth's Point in Tyler Beach, New Hampshire. Chapter 24. On the drive north along I-495 back to New Hampshire, I managed to keep my speed at 55 miles per hour, conscious of the fact that I wanted to get back to Tyler as fast as possible without being stopped for speeding by a Massachusetts State Police trooper. I was also conscious of the fact that I was in a state where first-degree murderers sentenced to life in prison regularly got weekend paroles, but that I, of all people, would be considered a dangerous criminal, since I was carrying an unregistered handgun in my ankle holster, and the law in this state calls for a mandatory year sentence for carrying an unregistered firearm. And I think the excuse I would say to any state trooper who stopped me wouldn't quite make it. That I suspected a legless man in a wheelchair was involved in the deaths of his daughter and 2 other people in Tyler, New Hampshire, and that I had carried the weapon for self-protection. Hell, even I wouldn't believe it. So though I was keeping the speed legal and feeling quite stupid at the same time, I also felt a tingle of anticipation along my arms and my back. I had gotten a connection, tenuous and unusual as it might be. Henry Desmond and Alice Crenshaw and the parents of Lynn Germano all knew each other. So the killer, or killers, were following some sort of agenda, some sort of guideline. Unfortunately for that particular thought, Oliver Mayu had not been a student at Tyler. He had told me earlier that he had moved to Tyler from Massachusetts to own and operate the Palace Diner and the St. Lawrence Seaway Inn. Still, there was something there, a lot more than what I had started out with that morning, or last week even. Since I had first seen the swollen corpse of Lynn Germano, gently swaying from the end of a rope at her cottage on Dogleg Avenue, the whole matter had been a case study in frustration. It was like I had been traveling down a country road at night in a fog and had come to a brick wall. I couldn't see over and around the brick wall, so there I had sat, counting the bricks and examining their surfaces, until the morning had come and the fog had burned away, and I had found a path around the wall, And there before me was an intersection, with many paths and roads leading away into the distance. So I had a lot of work to do this late morning, a lot of roads to examine, and many people to see. Interstate 495 intersected with I-95 north, and a moment or two after passing back into New Hampshire, and thereby also being safe from any weapons charge, I increased my speed and inserted a cassette tape into the tape deck, listening again to the radio traffic from that night. "Tyler Police, your call is being recorded."
"There's a body at 12 Dogleg Avenue."
The click of a phone being disconnected, and then, "Hello? Hello?" A pause, and the dispatcher's voice deepened. "Tyler D1. Tyler D1, go ahead. Tyler D1, report to 12 Dogleg, possible 1054. Damn. Still something familiar about that voice. I took the first exit off I-95, which brought me to the two-lane Route 1 in Falconer. I made a left turn at the exit and headed north, passing by the gates to the nuclear power plant and a number of shops in the process. Along the 2 short miles of Route 1 in Falconer, there are a number of stores and outlets, and you can rent an adult movie, pawn your gold jewelry, do your grocery shopping, get a tattoo, buy takeout Chinese food, or purchase a gun. Since I was interested in none of these particular activities, I kept going north, passing through Tyler Falls in the process, and going by a carefully groomed town common bordered on its 4 sides by large black cannons. Again I listened to the tape, and again it seemed like I knew who it was, even though I still couldn't tell if it was male or female. Beyond Tyler Falls, Route 1 levels out, passing through the wide expanse of the salt marsh, which surrounds it on both sides. It was just past noon, and it seemed to be mid-tide, and the traffic was fairly light. To the east were the power lines coming out of the Falconer nuclear plant, and about 2 miles away from the power lines were the low buildings of Tyler Beach, where I would soon be going. But first I was heading into the center of Tyler. There were some things that needed checking. Oliver Mayhew had a business partner, Derek Cooney had told me, someone who had fronted him money for his editing equipment, someone who had even sampled what Lynn Germano had to offer. At the Tyler Town Hall, I would talk to Clyde Meeker, the assessor who had helped me the first time I was hunting for information on Mayhew, and a man who knew who was doing business with whom in Tyler. Then a quick check with Betsy Tyler, selectman and friend of Alice Crenshaw, to see what she might know about the 1949 senior class at Tyler High School, to see who was still in the area, still active, and who might know something about a connection between the bodies and a missing person from the past few weeks at Tyler Beach. Then to Diane Woods with what I had learned. No matter her feelings toward me this week, I'm sure she would welcome the information. Hell, maybe she would even rummage through the police department archives for me, to look at the file on the house fire that killed Lynn Germano's parents in 1977 in Porter. Was it an accident, or had there been a suspicion of arson back then? I passed over the town line, going into Tyler, heading toward the town hall and Clyde Meeker and the town records. But then I saw a street sign to the left and quickly made the turn, going on to Hillside Road, part of the Towler Hill section of Tyler. For living on Hillside Road was one Jack Fowler, chairman of the board of the selectmen, and head of the Tyler Beach Chamber of Commerce. He could probably tell me who had been working with Oliver Mayhew. The road ahead seemed fairly open. Jack Fowler's house lay about a half-mile down Hillside Road on the left-hand side, on a fairly good-sized lot of land. His light blue Lincoln town car was in the driveway, and I pulled in behind it. The lawn was ringed by shrubs, and I went up the gray flagstone path to a set of concrete steps that were sided by black decorative ironwork. I rang the doorbell 3 times, and Jack came to the door, His face reddened, breathing a bit heavily.
"Sorry for being out of breath," he said, letting me in. "You caught me downstairs in the basement, and I don't get much exercise nowadays.
What can I do for you? Need something more for that piece about me in the chamber?" He laughed as he brought me into the living room, which was just off a small entryway. To the right of that was what looked like a study of some sort. The living room was large, with a kitchen visible through an open arch, and another hall leading farther into the house. There was a glass-covered coffee table and 2 black vinyl couches facing each other, and another set of bookshelves. On the coffee table was an open copy of that day's Chronicle. Right at my elbow as I came into the living room was a metal and glass bookcase that had some ceramic bowls and figures. The walls were white plaster and had 2 paintings of sailing ships, looking like antique treasures from New England, but most likely made in a paint shop in Hong Kong or Tijuana. I said, "That's not far off, Jack. I'm looking for some information about someone who was active in the chamber. Oliver Mayu?" He sprawled out on one couch and grimaced, running a hand across his slicked-back white hair and crossing his legs. I sat across from him on the other couch, listening to the squeak my pants made against the vinyl and wondering why anyone still bought vinyl couches.
"Oliver Mayu," he said. "Yuck. Bad business. Extremely bad business. What happened to him yesterday. That and the other nonsense we've put up with these past couple of weeks can only hurt everybody down at the beach. Hell, some of the families in my cottages call me up, worried and wanting better locks for their doors. And do you think new locks are cheap to come by? Jesus. Anyway, what do you want to know? Is this for an article in your magazine?"
"It just might be," I said. "How well did you know Mayu?" He stroked his fleshy chin and said,
"There's scores of people in the chamber. Do you know that? Everyone from the owner of the Lafayette House, probably the most prestigious hotel in this area, to the guy who owns Ted's Fried Dough Stand down on A Street. It's hard to keep track of them all, but yeah, I knew him somewhat. More of a nodding acquaintance than anything else."
"Did you know who his business partner was?" I asked. His eyes lit up, and he said,
"Business partner? Mayu? That's the funniest thing I've heard this morning."
"Why's that?" He shifted in the couch and then got up, brushing at his shirt.
"'Cause Oliver Mayu was the type of guy who'd charge his own grandmother double for a hotel room, that's why. I don't know of anyone who'd want to sit next to him at a chamber meeting, never mind going into business with him. He was one shifty character. You know, there were rumors that he was involved with some not-so-legal deals with some guys in Montreal, and that's what got him killed. You ever hear of that?"
"A bit," I said. So much for Derek Cooney's story, though Derek didn't seem to have the imagination for such a lie. I thought for a moment about how to track down Derek, and decided it would almost be impossible. He was on the run, sure that Felix was chasing him, and he had probably gone to ground somewhere miles away.
"Yeah, a bit."
He smiled and said,
"Excuse me for a moment, will you? I was having lunch downstairs when you called, and I want to bring up the dirty dishes. It's much cooler down there, and I hate leaving stuff just sitting around."
When he left, he went down the hallway, and I heard the tromp of his feet as he went down to the basement. I picked up the Chronicle and looked at it for a moment. Paula had a story there about the latest murder, and I scanned it, finding nothing new, and then I dropped the paper back down. To keep occupied, I walked around the room, looking at the ceramics and the awful paintings on the walls. I went through the entryway and into the study and saw a lot of business files and a desk covered with papers and folders, an adding machine with a long looping tape of paper in one corner,
Fowler's office, no doubt. On the walls were certificates of business achievement, another bad painting of a lighthouse, and an old photo showing a much younger and thinner Jack Fowler standing between an older and a younger man in front of a Ford dump truck. On the door of the dump truck was painted Fowler and Sons Construction. Jack Fowler's secret previous life, before he started buying and selling properties? The sound of feet on stairs came back, and I returned to the living room just as Fowler came back, carrying an empty plate, silverware, and a glass. "I like having lunch here, you know," he said. "People who work for me, when I go out to eat, they think I'm schmoozing at some restaurant, having an expense account lunch. But instead I relax here and watch some television, and I decompress and unwind and get ready for the afternoon. Listen, Lewis, can I get you a drink?" I said, "How about a lemonade?" "2 lemonades it is." He went into the kitchen, and I examined the bookshelf and got past the usual paperbacks and the dusty and unread encyclopedia, and then I spotted a familiar thin green volume. Jack emerged from the kitchen as I held it in my hands, and the dust from the book seemed to settle in my mouth. The Tyler Warrior, 1949. I flipped through the senior pages and the underclass photos, and my tightened chest relaxed when I didn't see Jack's photo. "Your wife's?" I asked, holding it up to him. He shook his head, putting the lemonade glasses on the coffee table. "No, it belonged to my older sister, Karen." I flipped through the pages again, puzzled, for I was sure I hadn't seen a Fowler in any of the photos. And Jack picked up both glasses and said, "Jesus, sorry about that. I forgot the ice." He went down the hallway. I went to the front of the yearbook. And just beyond the title page was a large photo of a young girl, bordered in black. Above the photo was "Dedicated to our classmate," and beneath the photo was Karen Fowler in large black letters. There was also an insipid poem about being among one's friends for only a short while and leaving memories for a lifetime. And suddenly I wondered why the hell Fowler hadn't gone into the kitchen. I took a few steps and looked down the hallway and said, "Jack?" He came out of a bedroom at the end of the hallway, closing the door behind him. He was no longer carrying 2 lemonade glasses. He was carrying a large black handgun. I turned and ran. He shouted something. I didn't care what he said, and as I went through the entryway, I pulled down the metal and glass shelf of ceramic figures behind me, hoping it would slow him down by a few seconds. My feet didn't even hit the concrete as I leapt to the front lawn and ran to the Range Rover, willing myself not to look behind me, knowing that to spare a look backward would cost a few seconds, and I knew those were seconds I couldn't spare. I clambered in and didn't even close the door behind me, just concentrated on starting the engine, and as the engine roared to life, I had already shifted it into reverse and was backing out of the driveway. He made it out of the house, the gun still in his hand, as I got the Range Rover into drive and headed up the street to Route 1. I managed to shut the door just a few feet before the intersection. At the corner I stopped, breathing hard, and I felt something curdle inside me as I glanced in my rearview mirror. A Lincoln town car coming barrel-ass up the road behind me. I swore and made a right turn, barely missing a red van that swerved and honked at me, and stayed at my side as I missed the turnoff that would have brought me back in a loop to Tyler and to Route 51 and Tyler Beach and Diane Woods. I quickly got up to 50 miles an hour, and then had to slow down as traffic stretched out before me on Route 1. Another glance in the rearview mirror. Jack Fowler and his handgun were 3 cars back,
Another van and a pickup truck were between the two of us. In a matter of moments, I was back in Tyler Falls, still heading south, and I thought, make a U-turn, head back into Tyler and to the police station? But a U-turn meant slowing down in a store or business parking lot. It meant having to stop in traffic. And it could mean Fowler pulling up next to me and spraying me with rounds from his handgun. And as good as the Range Rover is, the body's not built for warding off lumps of jacketed lead coming in at 800 feet per second. I kept on going south, looking up every moment or so at the rearview mirror. He was still back there, along with the van and the pickup truck. In the tape deck, the damn dispatch cassette was still running, and then it all made terrible sense. The traffic lights at Tyler Falls were green, and I raced through the intersection. Next stop was Falconer, and I tried to remember where its police station was. 2 side streets off Route 1, just past the power plant's gates. I could roll up to it, but it was in a residential neighborhood with narrow side streets and kids playing and people on bicycles. Just a few seconds to stop for a kid running across the street, and Fowler would be on me in a moment. Then there was the weight on my ankle. A shootout in a residential neighborhood? And how accurate would my aim be, knowing there was a man gunning for my head, my body? Damn! I'd be lucky to hit the ground. Another green light in Falconer. The restaurants, the tattoo parlors, the adult bookstore, the pawn shops, and the shopping plaza went by in a blur, as if they were cardboard cutouts. There was the interstate exit off Falconer. Of course. Get on I-95 and start heading north or south, and slam the accelerator down, pressing it with both feet if necessary. At speeds in excess of 100 miles an hour, there was bound to be a state trooper or 3 in each state whose radar would start screaming, and if that happened, I would gladly slow down and surrender myself to their custody, no matter how illegal they thought my handgun might be. The traffic light near the south gate of the Falconer Station nuclear power plant turned red, and I stopped, about 10 cars away from the lights. The exit to the interstate was just ahead. My hands were shaking on the steering wheel, and I kept my eyes on the town car. It was still there, 3 cars back. I could open the window and shout that the man in the car back there had a gun, was dangerous and trying to kill me. And no doubt the good people of Falconer walking or driving by would nod and say to their companion, "Jesus, look at the drunk in that 4-wheeler, and it's not even 2 o'clock yet." I looked ahead. The light turned green, and I looked down to the dashboard. The needle on the gas gauge was resting on empty. I kept on going south, passing by the interstate's entrances. I couldn't chance trying to race either north or south on the highway and then sputter to a stop as the engine ran out of gas. Fowler would be right behind me, smiling all the while, I'm sure. I spared another glance. The pickup truck had made a turn into a gas station, and now there was just the van between me and my pursuer. Gas! Obviously, there wasn't enough time for a fuel-up, and I made a vow then to never again let the tank drop below half full. If the van turned off, would Jack try for a shot at me while driving? Without trying to think too much about it, I sat lower in my seat, trying to shrink my profile, half expecting to hear the sound of the rear window shattering. I passed by other stores and restaurants. People were walking in and out of the stores this fine June day, having some worries no doubt about family matters and work and money, but I would gladly trade my worries for theirs at any price. I supposed I could drive up among them and say a madman is after me, but that might not stop Fowler. I'm not sure what would. He could start shooting away into hell with any innocence, and if he hit me, well, it would be the word of a respected businessman and select man against an out-of-towner who supported himself by strange means and lived alone on the beach.
Probably rate a few hundred column inches in the Chronicle, and that would be it. Besides the obituary, Paula might do a nice feature about me, and the chairman of the Board of Selectmen would probably come in for tough questioning and spin a fantastic tale of how I had threatened his life in some way, and by this time next year I'd be forgotten. And who knew who'd be living in my house by then? I came within view of a set of traffic lights that marked the intersection of Route 1 and Route 286, and which was also the state line between New Hampshire and Massachusetts. Salisbury, the most northern community in Massachusetts, was just a few feet away, and where was their police station? Another rearview glance. Still there? I couldn't remember. At the lights I turned left, heading east to the beaches. Some of Route 286 is in Massachusetts, and the two-lane road cuts right through the marshes, just like Route 51, farther north. I sped along, the needle hovering just above 50 miles per hour, as I nearly hugged the bumper of a gray station wagon ahead of me. On both sides of Route 286 were side roads that led either into Salisbury or back into New Hampshire and Falconer, but I focused on the road ahead. Route 286 ended at an intersection with Route 1A at Salisbury. A quick left turn and I would be heading north, and within a few seconds or less, I would pass over the state line back into New Hampshire and could be pulling into the front lot of the Tyler police station within minutes. With some quick stepping on my part, I'd be inside the station and yelling at someone in uniform by the time Jack Fowler screeched to a stop, and I doubt if even he would have the whispering creatures inside him necessary to shoot at me inside a police station. After a half-mile, Route 286 was clear in the marsh, and far off to the left was the dull gray of the concrete dome and buildings of Falconer Unit 1 and the red rusted dome of Falconer Unit 2. I'm sure some of the people within speaking range were terrified of having a nuclear plant in their backyards, but probably wouldn't even bat an eye at a vehicle chase in their neighborhood with two armed men. Something typical, no doubt. Just another day in Falconer. I passed by McGregor's Lobster Pound, where a proud Sarah Lockwood had thrown away my help. Not a bad choice on her part, considering how mistaken I had been. At the intersection of Route 1A and Route 286, the light was just changing to yellow as I flashed through, and I looked up to the mirror again and saw that two more cars were now between me and Fowler. God bless the driving terror that was the Massachusetts driver. Two of them had just put themselves between me and a man who was following me with a gun, and I took back every single joke I ever had said about Massachusetts motorists and their driving. The road ahead to Tyler Beach was clear. I pressed down on the accelerator even harder. And then I had to hit the brakes. Traffic in front of me was slowing down, the taillights mocking me. Jesus! I came to a stop, as did the cars in front of me and to the rear. I checked the mirror. The shape of Jack Fowler was still there. I bent over and touched the ankle holster. What was going on? Up ahead was the Felch Memorial Bridge, and then I made out the rising span as it was being raised up. Drawbridge time! And I could make out the bobbing mast of a sailboat heading out to sea. Great timing. Mirror check. Fowler was still there. The mast went out to the channel leading to the ocean. It belonged to a fair-sized sailboat, several feet longer than Diane Woods's Miranda. Diane, my, oh my, I certainly hope you're working today. To the right were some houses and an ice cream stand, and farther out to the ocean, the dunes and the tiny beach that was Falconer Beach. To my left were some condo units, a seafood restaurant, a bar, and the wide and open expanse of the marshes, ending a couple of miles west at a line of trees near the power plant. The span was still up. The town car was still occupied. Hell of a long time for the bridge to be up,
No other boats were in view. Nothing was approaching either from the harbor or the channel. Horns started blaring. People started stepping out of their cars. Then I knew. The bridge was stuck open. Again. Damn! I checked the mirror. The town car was empty. I swung around and saw Jack Fowler walking up the line of cars on the passenger's side, holding something close to his leg, everybody else ignoring him, and I threw the Range Rover into park and opened the door and started running, not daring to look behind me. Across the street was a guardrail that I sprinted over and an embankment leading down to a small series of dunes. I tumbled a bit down the embankment, jamming my legs into the soft dirt. I ran and dodged, trying to get some of the rolling mounds of sand and beach grass behind me. Before me was the open marsh as far as I could see, as far as I could run. Chapter 25. To the north was the expanse of water and coves that marked both Falconer and Tyler harbors, and if I kept on going in that direction to the tidal beaches by those harbors, I would be as exposed as a lead soldier on a tabletop. Before me and to the west was a good square mile or two of tidal marshland, scoured out by glaciers tens of thousands of years ago, and now interconnected with gullies, ditches, streams, and canals that were dug here in the 1920s in an ill-fated attempt to drain the area for farmland or some damn thing. I crouched low in an open ditch, in the green-gray stinking mud of the marsh, and waited for a moment, knowing that my Range Rover and Jack Fowler's town car were in the middle of traffic on Route 1A, and that eventually traffic would get moving, and someone would call the cops about the two idiots who had abandoned their cars and run into the marsh. That's what I was hoping for, but in the meantime I wasn't going to wait for the cops or cavalry to come to my rescue. I meant to keep moving. I raised my head a few inches, and between the grass blades I saw Fowler, about 100 yards away, coming in my direction. I crouched down and started moving, heading to the tree line so far away to the west, moving past debris in the gully from years of neglect and trash dumping from people who didn't know and who couldn't spell the word environmentalist. There were broken lobster traps and old bottles, bits and pieces of rope, and a dull orange lobster buoy, and as the gully widened into a streambed, there was even the rotting hulk of a rowboat, left there to be swamped twice a day with the salt tide that came through these marshes. I stopped and raised my head again. It was still there, a bit closer, panting, looking slightly ridiculous, standing in the soggy soil and the marsh grasses in his cream-colored slacks and bright yellow polo shirt, with his black tasseled loafers. Dressed more for a day at the store than a day on the marshes. Ridiculous, yes, but the ridiculous factor was quite overwhelmed by the gun in his hand. After ducking down again, I headed along the muddy banks of the streambed, my shoes squishing in the mud. Off from the beach area, I heard the sound of sirens, but I tried not to let the sound cheer me up. Could be a fire truck or an ambulance, or a cruiser from Tyler or Falconer responding to a traffic accident, nothing more. Yeah? Then what about the two abandoned vehicles out there on Route 1A? Surely there'd be cops going there to find out what the hell was going on. Sure, 2 cars blocking traffic, as tourists try to get to the lovely sights and sounds of Tyler Beach. I had an idea of what was probably going on, as he and I floundered around this 10,000-year-old marsh. A bunch of college students, confident that nothing would get in the way of their beer and broads, were probably pushing both vehicles off to the side of the road. Later on during the day, they'd be ticketed and towed, and end up in a storage garage in Falconer, next to cars that had been parked in handicapped spaces by athletic drivers. I didn't want to think which one of us would be paying tow and storage fees later on this day. I halted. The stream bed was curving around, bringing me closer to Jack Fowler. Damn! I raised my head again, and there he was. "Cole," he called out. "You're out there, Cole. I know it. You shouldn't have started running like that." I sat back against the mud, the wet stickiness going through my shoulder blades. Mud and water had been splattered all along my tan chinos, and my loafers looked gray now instead of light brown. Not very good footwear to go running through a muddy marsh. I took a series of deep breaths, trying to unsqueeze the knot that was in my stomach. Mosquitoes and flies buzzed around my head and arms and legs, and the stench of hundreds of years of decay and mud and the salt water seemed as thick as fog. "Cole," he said, his voice fair and strong. "I had to do it. Because they killed my sister Karen. Killed her and rolled up her body in a tarp and dumped her in the marsh like she was trash or something. But she wasn't trash, Cole. She was my sister, and they took her away from me." The body in the marsh, I thought. And Fowler's voice sounded like he was still getting closer. I thought about moving in both directions along the stream bed, hugging close to the embankment and trying to outflank the fool. Great idea, except that the banks of the tidal stream were not more than 3 or 4 feet high. All he had to do was to stand at the edge and look down, and he'd see me fair enough, and easy to hit. With the stream bed looping back to where Jack was, the only thing left was the embankment in front of me. The marsh was crisscrossed with canals and gullies and other stream beds. Up and over and some running, and then I ducked down again. Unless this was one of the sections of the marsh that was flat and grassy and unscarred by streams or drainage ditches. Right. I got up in a crouch and sloshed across the low water and mud of the stream and ran up the other embankment, and I was on the marshland, back in the bright sunlight. I ran across the knee-high grass, moving zigzag, feeling the air across the wet mud on my back, seeing a Coors beer can in the grass, and the lines of wooden stakes, the staddles, where salt marsh hay had once been left to dry. And there was a shout of "Cole!" and a very large boom, and as I dove for the open stream bed before me, something stung at my leg. I rolled and collapsed, breathing harshly, the stench of mud and something stronger tugging at my nostrils. This stream bed was narrower and was filled with more trash. I sat up, looking at my lower leg. Something had struck there, either a bullet or a sharp object, and it hurt. It felt like I was bleeding, for my leg was warm and something was trickling down its side. The chino was torn down there, and I couldn't tell the damage to my leg. And right about then I wasn't much for looking into it. Winston Churchill had once said that there was nothing more invigorating than being shot at with no effect. But I was thinking that sorting my socks would be higher on my own personal invigoration list, if he didn't mind. Fowler kept yelling out to me. Prominent businessman and head selectman and president of the chamber and killer. Not what one would call an ordinary mix. What the hell was going on in that head of his? "Cole, you might as well stop running, Cole. I'm right behind you, and you know it, don't you?" "Sorry, Jack. No time for replies." Littered along the mud and water were some soggy lengths of rope, and the broken wood of a lobster trap, and a couple of lengths of driftwood. I moved forward and muttered something dark and foul. This stream bed looped sharply around to the right, and the marsh and grassland at the loop came to a sharp point, almost like a peninsula. If I started following this stream bed, it would bring me almost right back to where I started. right before the gun sights of one Jack Fowler. I sat back against the mud. No more time for running. I felt dirt under my fingers, sand, dead sand. A picture of the Falconer and Tyler cops pulling my body from this stream bed, my mouth full of dead sand. Sure, whatever you say. The stream bed was running about north to south, and I was sure that he was back there, maybe not more than a couple of 100 feet away. Time to get things ready. It was like I was packing up my soul in a trunk and putting it in storage for the winter, for I had been shot at once, and I did not intend to be shot at again, and I was going to do what I had to do. I tried not to sigh, and I pulled up my right pant leg and reached down to my .32 Browning, and my fingers clasped around the empty leather of my holster. I closed my eyes and sat back against the stinking mud. Lost. Practically anywhere from here to when I first jumped down the embankment off Route 1A, my revolver had tumbled out into the grass and soil of the marshes. Where were those damn cops? And who had made this damn holster? He or she would be getting a hell of a nasty letter from me. Right. Let's just work on one thing at a time. Go! Damn, that voice seemed closer. Go! Tell me where that crusty witch Crenshaw is hiding out, and I might let you go. Everyone knew that the two of you had something going on. You tell me where she is, and I won't hurt you. My left hand was resting on something wet and rough. I picked it up. Rope. A good length. I started working at it with both hands, untangling it and running it out. A hell of a good length. I took one end of the rope and tied it firmly around a 2-foot piece of scrap wood, and then I turned and jammed the wood into the wet soil of the embankment, pushing it in deep with another piece of wood that I used as a brace. I tugged at the rope. The scrap of wood stayed, and the rope remained anchored. I got up, hunched over, trailing the rope behind me, and I sloshed the few short yards along the stream bed where this piece of marshland came to a point. I raised up the rope and then went around the point of land and back down the opposite stream bed, looping the rope behind me, heading in Jack Fowler's direction. This piece of marshland was only about 20 feet wide from stream bed to stream bed, and the rope was just barely long enough to stretch across it. I hoped that as the rope moved across the grass he wouldn't see it. I walked a few more feet and stopped. The rope was fairly straight, stretching across the marsh grass. In the mud were the tangled wet feathers and the carcass of a seagull, and greenhead flies buzzed around the decay. I let the rope drop and went back to the point of land, popped up my head and yelled, "Jack, come here if you want to talk." He fired again as I dropped down. So much for promises. I went back to the rope, slipping and sliding in the mud. I grabbed its end and looked up and saw a shape running by, and I wrapped the rope around my fist and pulled it taut and up, and in a few seconds the rope damn near tore off my hands, and I heard a gasp and a muffled groan as he tripped on the rope and fell. I clambered over the slope and only glanced for a moment at him, sprawled out on his face in the grass and mud. His cream-colored slacks were spattered with mud, as was his polo shirt. His bare arms looked fleshy, and his hands were empty. Where in hell was his gun? Then I spotted the revolver about a yard away, and I picked it up, conscious that it was quivering in my grasp as if it weighed a ton. "Come on, Jack," I managed to gasp. "Get up." He didn't. I moved around and saw the blood near his head. My stomach clenched up. Jack Fowler's throat was impaled on one of the wooden stakes. Then he groaned and moved, and I stepped back, realizing just then that I was wearing only one shoe. There was an awful sucking sound as he pulled himself up, his face bloody and wet with mud, and he sat up, wheezing and gurgling, both of his hands clasped around his neck. Blood started trickling down his muddy forearms. He wheezed and coughed and started talking, and I only made out a few words, and most of them were obscene. "Sorry about that," I said, backing away from him, weaving and feeling off balance because of wearing only one shoe and the weight of the gun in my hands. My mother and I were close, but all we did was kiss each other on the cheek. If she were still alive, she'd probably take great offense. His face was beginning to go pale, and he said, "Oh, God, I'm gonna need an ambulance, Cole. I'm cut real bad." I coughed and tried to ease my breathing, the gun seeming to grow even heavier in my hands. "Give me some answers and some quick ones, and I'll get you some help. But don't waste your breath. Tell me about Lynn Germano." "Cole, please, an ambulance." "Talk first, and then I'll take care of you. Now, Lynn Germano." Even with his whitened face and the blood seeping through his fingers, there was a faint hint of a smile as he talked on. "Lynn, what a tramp. It's hard working around all that young meat and not being able to touch 'em. But not her. She let me do anything I wanted." He wheezed some more. "And later, when I found out she was Beth and Mike's daughter, well, that gave it an even better tingle, you know." "What happened?" I asked. "What made you string her up like that?" He shook his head, moving stiffly because of his hands against his bleeding throat. "I'll deny all of this, you know," he said. "I'm just telling you 'cause I need you to get me an ambulance." "Whatever you say." He closed his eyes. "Karen, she hadn't run away, not living somewhere else. She hadn't drowned, just dead all those years, rotting in the marsh. Later I was with Lynn, and I started to get upset, remembering Karen and Mike and Beth and the others. Then Lynn was teasing me because I couldn't get it up, and then I just got so mad, so angry." He blinked, hands clasped around his neck, and said, "Karen was supposed to come back. I knew she would. She came up to my bedroom and said she was in trouble, that she was going to get the trouble taken care of, and then she'd come back. But she never did." He looked up at me plaintively. "She never came back." I took another step back. I wanted to close my eyes and just walk away from it all, but I forced myself to stay, to keep him talking. "She was the body in the marsh." He only nodded. "I had given Karen that ring. After all those years, she had come back, and I knew who'd got her into trouble, who it was who'd put her in the marsh." I said, "Tell me about Oliver Mayhew, Jack. You were his money man, weren't you? You helped set him up with the video gear." He blinked. "The bastard tried to blackmail me after I helped set him up. We had a good deal going, and he got greedy. Said he saw me leave her cottage that night, and he said he had a tape of me and that little bitch." Jack wheezed and coughed out a wad of spit and blood, his hand still firm against his throat. "Ah, greedy fool. When I showed up, he was expecting cash, but I gave him what he deserved." "Not exactly the way you should treat your voters," I said. He blinked again, his breathing raspy, saying nothing. "Why Alice Crenshaw?" I asked. "Why Alice?" Then he closed his eyes, and his eyelids wavered as he opened them again, his voice soggy.
"Oh, help me. You gotta help me."
I thought of all that had gone on before, from Lynn Germano to Henry Desmond to even Oliver Mayhew and to this afternoon. And I said, "Sure, Jack, I'll get you some help. You sit right there." I walked back across the top of the marshes, carrying his handgun in my shaking and sweaty hands, and taking my time as I did so. I think I heard him shout once again, back where he was sitting with his weakening hands against his throat, but I may have been mistaken. I didn't change my stride one step, didn't quicken one bit. Among other things, I only had on a single shoe. It hurt to walk. Chapter 26. I had a small bandage on my lower leg, which made my shin itch, making me think there might be some marsh fleas stuck in there. But even with that, I was feeling fairly comfortable, having dinner aboard the Miranda, firmly and safely anchored in Tyler Harbor. The night air was warm, and even though it was past 7 p.m., it was still fairly light out. It was Friday evening, 2 days since I had left Jack Fowler alone on the open marshes of Tyler and Falconer, New Hampshire. Diane and I were sitting in the rear cockpit, the small rowboat attached to the stern by a length of line. My legs were stretched out, and next to me was a blue EMS knapsack, and inside the knapsack I had a sweater in case it got cooler and some other things. The two of us had dined on fish chowder, barbecued steaks, and corn on the cob, and we had eaten by ourselves in the harbor. The only other boats in the harbor were also moored. To the near east were the lights of the Tyler and Falconer beaches, and to the south were the strong lights of the Falconer power plant. Beyond the shoreline was the marsh where I had run and fallen so many times that Wednesday, and where Jack Fowler was eventually carried out in a Stokes litter, tied in and secure, his face covered by a red blanket. I sipped at a glass of red wine and raised it in a salute to Diane, and she nodded, smiled, and returned the salute. "A marvelous meal, Diane. Marvelous." She laughed, a glass of wine in her own hand. The boat swayed gently in the evening breeze. Nothing so marvelous about it, just your basic New England summer meal. Anyone could have made it. Ah, but there was something about this one that made it very special. Which is that it was made with a smile. Anything else, and in dealing with you, Diane, I might have been concerned about poison. That made her laugh again, and my sense of contentment grew. It was good to be with her and see that comfortable look. It had been a while. She said, "When it's all said and done, you did good. But you'll never hear me say that in public, Louis Cole." I drank some more of the wine. I didn't know what kind of bottle it came from or from what country, and I didn't particularly care. It tasted fine. That was enough. I said, "Paperwork pretty much wrapped up on this one?" "Hell no," she said. "Just the preliminary stuff, and I'm still meeting with the state police and the Attorney General's office. But I only wish the newspapers and the TV stations would get themselves wrapped up and go somewhere else." "I know. I've had my own calls." I looked at the wine in my glass and said, "I talked to Betsy Tyler yesterday about what was going on at Tyler High School back in 1949. She was fuzzy on some of the details, but she remembered Karen Fowler. Betsy said she was slightly slow and was one for doing almost anything to become part of the in-crowd. Betsy remembers that the in-crowd at Tyler High School that year was particularly rough, and in Karen's quest to become popular, rumor has it that she became pregnant.
Soon after that rumor, though, was when she disappeared. Some people thought she moved out to have her baby, and others thought she killed herself, maybe even drowned. Either way, she was gone. Yearbook committee that year even dedicated the book to her. Diane held up her glass, holding it delicately between two fingers. So something bad happened to her back then. Maybe the guy who fathered the child was mad at her and beat Karen up and lost it until she was killed. Or maybe she tried a do-it-yourself abortion and that went wrong. Maybe so, I said. Question is, who was the father? Henry Desmond, Mike Dumont, or somebody else? Diane said, whoever it was, he or his friends probably freaked when she was dead, and she ended up in the marsh. She shook her head. Think about it, Louis. None of this would have happened except for that greedy developer who was digging where he shouldn't have been. And after her body was found, North Tyler cops said it was hard to figure out what had happened with what was left, except that she was a woman and was wearing a ring, with her brother being the only one around who could identify the ring, since it was his gift, I said. She shuddered and brought the glass down. In a way, I hope she was murdered. Imagine trying to do something to yourself like that, an abortion, and then bleeding to death. Talk about horrors. It's like another age, when they used leeches and plasters. Hard to believe, I said. A lot of things were hard to believe. A thought came to me, of the plaintive shouts of Jack Fowler as I slowly trudged across the marshes back to the road, and then I remembered another sight, of a young woman strung up by her neck, and I felt a little better. She shifted against the side of the boat. Yeah, hard to believe. With Jack gone and Lynn Germano's parents dead and Henry Desmond's ghost floating in this harbor, I don't think we'll ever know what happened here back in 1949. I nodded and said nothing. Earlier that day I had made another phone call to Betsy Tyler, and she had confirmed something for me, something I would not talk about this evening, but that would wait until tomorrow. She looked at me strangely, then gazed over my shoulder, as if scared to look at me directly, and said quietly, What was it like, out there on the marsh? With a madman chasing after me with a gun? I tried to smile and said, It was smelly, wet, and quick. That's it. Everything moved very fast. And when I got back to the road, I think I threw up. Nothing very thrilling or adventurous. I didn't think so. Then you thought right. We sat quietly in the cockpit of the Miranda for a while, and I looked up at the darkening sky, waiting for the first star to appear. Not because I wanted to make a wish or anything, but because it was an event that was predictable, that would happen every night, and I wanted to see it. I needed some predictability right around then. We found the dynamite Jack used in blowing up Henry's boat, she said. Left over from his construction days, right? She nodded. I'm also sure it'll come as no surprise to you that the bullet we took from Mayu's skull matched test cartridges fired from Fowler's revolver. The story had come out the day before in the Chronicle from Paula Quinn about Mayu's hobby, and I knew that none of the tapes found at the hotel showed Lynn Germano, and that no tapes had been located at Fowler's house. So Jack had destroyed them before he and I had that little race out on the marshes. I felt like staying quiet for a while and not raising the interest of Diane and her friends from the state. If the records about Jack and Oliver's financial dealings eventually showed up, so be it. Both of them were far beyond going to trial. With that in mind, I shrugged and said,
Lynn Germano was living in one of my used cottages. Maybe he knew something about the way she died, and that Jack was involved. Blackmail's always a possibility. But I tell you, Diane, we should have known from the very beginning that there was something rotten about Jack Fowler. She held her glass with both hands. Oh, certainly, I said, opening up the knapsack at my side and taking out a cassette player. Listen to this. I punched the play button, and the sounds of the tape from the night we found a dead Lynn Germano came out from the tiny speaker. Diane rolled her eyes and raised a hand and said, Please, Louis, stop playing that crap, will you? I listened to that dispatch tape over and over so much that I've been dreaming about it. Sorry, I said. You've got to listen to it. It won't take long. So we did, past the time when Diane's voice came across, looking for an ambulance and backup units. When I clicked it off, I said, Bring back any memories? She crossed her legs and said, Yeah, and none of them are too pleasant. What's the point? I leaned forward and said, The night we found the body, Jack Fowler showed up, remember? And what did he say? She thought for a moment and said, I think he said something about her ID, if we knew who she was. Pretty close. He asked you, Did you know anything about the poor girl? She smiled. You were right. I was close. Diane, I said as softly as I could. Jack got there only a few minutes after we did, right after the ambulance arrived. Listen to the dispatch tape. Not once did you or anybody else mention over the radio that there was a female victim at 12 Dogleg Avenue. Not once. The call into the dispatch only said there was a body at 12 Dogleg. Nothing about whether it was male or female. So how could he have known what was in that cottage? Only by having been in there earlier and having done it. She leaned back and looked up at the darkening sky and whispered, That son of a bitch. She shook her head. God, if I had picked up on that any earlier. Well, I said, scratching at an itch on my left side. You can't dwell on it. It's done. Everything's done. If Kennedy had gone in a different car in Dallas in November 1963, he'd still be alive today, wondering what the hell happened to the Democratic Party. If Humphrey had another week to campaign, he would have been president in 1968, and Nixon would be a retired Disney executive. You can't play those types of games with yourself. It will only drive you to drink, or to depression, or to getting a job as a meter maid at the state park. Humph, she said, finishing her wine, looking off at the Felch Memorial Bridge and the channel that led to the Atlantic. What could it have been, Louis, that kept Jack Fowler burning so long that he responded so quickly when he found out about his sister? You would have thought he might have waited a few weeks to find out more, but it was only a matter of days before he started getting his revenge. Don't know, I said. It's not often that we control events, control the past. A lot of times they control us. I'm not sure what was going on inside Jack's mind and how he did what he did, considering the type of guy he was, select man and all. I'd leave it up to the psychiatrists and inmate advocates. They love to explain why men kill women because their mommies made them eat their peas when they were younger. She twirled her empty glass in one hand and gave me a sly smile. What drives you, Louis? I finished off my own wine. What drives everyone? To do good things and try not to pass on any hurt along the way. Though I'm not sure what the political establishment of Tyler might think, me having indirectly killed one of their selectmen. It might be pretty damn awkward for me the next few years. Lucky I don't write for a newspaper. She laughed and said, I talked to Betsy Tyler myself, and about the only thing she's worried about is that the misguided voters of Tyler somehow end up electing a liberal during the special election this summer to fill Jack's seat. On the board, she doesn't like the idea of being a minority. Who would? That brought another laugh, and she said, Will there be a column in Shoreline about this one? I stood up and stretched my legs and said, There just might be. I wasn't sure about doing a column about this when I started, but there's a lot of good stuff here, though it'd be hard to keep it short enough for the magazine. I'm sure you'll do fine. She got up and we packed away some of the dishes, and I zipped up my knapsack and she looked at me one more time and said, There's many a time that I don't know who you are, Lewis Cole. I know damn little of where you came from and how you ended up here. I said, I'm still trying to find that out myself. In a while, we rowed back to the dock, and as we were walking to her condo unit, she said, I hate to be a bitch hostess, but I have someone coming by, and you don't particularly want a threesome. She smiled, swinging a light pink duffel bag in her hand. Not this time. Let me guess. 1 Kara Miles coming by? Good guess. Diane took a breath and said, Bad phone calls aside, she wants to try something a little less than demanding, so I'm open to that. We'll see. A lot of times you just have to do the best you can with the chances you get. Not a bad line. That sounds nice. And don't worry about being a bad hostess. I also have to see someone else tonight. We stood by the lights of her condo's parking lot. She had a shy, hesitant smile. I leaned forward and kissed her for a moment, and she returned it with a slight pressure of her own, and broke away and said quietly, I usually hate to kiss men, but in your case I'll make an exception. Thanks, I said. Thanks for the kiss? She asked. No. Thanks for making the exception. About an hour later, I met Felix in the lounge of the Lady Manor House in North Tyler. As before, he was sitting in one of the white wicker chairs, his back to a wall. The French doors were open, and the overhead fans were slowly twirling, and as I walked past the piano player, she smiled at me, and then turned her eyes away. There were 3 single-dollar bills in the brandy glass, and a 50. So I guess Felix had been busy for the past few minutes. Her red hair was done in a French braid that fell across the light tan of her back, which was sprinkled with a few freckles. I sat down on one of the floral cushions, and Felix handed over a Molson to me and said, You're walking pretty good for a man who took a round in his leg. Thanks, I said, picking it up and taking a long swallow. You can thank the Exonia Hospital for that. They do good work. Besides, I didn't really take a round. Looks more like I caught in a piece of scrap wood or metal as I was running through the marshes. Sorry. No romantic story for later on. He winked as if he believed my lie, and picked up a glass with ice cubes and clear liquid. A pity. There's something invigorating about going ahead with things after a bullet wound's been healed. Everything's a challenge to see if you can enjoy things and do your job right after someone did his damnedest to hurt you or put you away. Cheerful thoughts. I turned and glanced at the piano player and saw that she was looking this way. And I said, Speaking of invigorating, have you been taking piano lessons these past few days? He chuckled. Maybe I have. Her name is Fiona, and she's a high school music teacher who plays piano here in the summer. You know, there's something decadent and special about doing it with a school teacher. I took another swallow of ale. I wouldn't know. He laughed again and crossed his legs and said, "You should get the opportunity to learn. But in the meantime, let's talk about debts, Louis."
"Why the hell not?"
He hunched forward on the table and said, "I still owe you $5,000 for when you bailed me out this week, and I appreciate the heat you took and the quiet way you went around the business. Near as I could tell, no one I've done work for ever found out."
"So far, sounds pretty good," I said, scratching at my left side.
"So," still hunched over, he glanced both ways, looking for a moment like a football player in a crouch, holding a football in his arms, ready to blast through a line of players. "There's the other matter, too, you know. Between the two of us," I rubbed a thumb across the top of my bottle of ale, "about the protection for my house." He nodded, smiling. "Right. That was both expensive and extensive work. And it all played out for the best, right? House still standing, Range Rover still running. Now, normally, the cost of such day and night security is pretty high. But what you did for me, well, here's the deal. When my assault rap goes to court, you'll be getting your bail money back. When that happens, just send the money over to me and we'll be even. It'll just be like a swap." I raised my ale to him, winked.
"No deal, Felix."
He looked like he was beginning to choke. "What do you mean, no deal?"
It was my turn to shrug.
"No deal. And I owe you squat. In fact, you owe me for misrepresentation. You were supposed to have someone there watching my house, protecting me and my property. A couple of nights ago, I came home and had a nice face-to-face with Derek Cooney. Now, if a Girl Scout had shown up with some cookies, that I could understand. But I don't understand how Cooney could have slipped by. Luckily for all of us, all we did was chat and tell stories to each other." Felix's eyes looked like they were contracting, like a couple of neutron stars, and he murmured, That little whatever happens to be a cousin of Derek Cooney's, which is why he let him on my property. Remember that the next time. Check your references. Right now, I think you owe me something, and I think by amazing coincidence, it's about equal to that bail amount. $5,000. The ale was nice and cold, and the piano music seemed to reach right through my ears and strum at something that was dear to me. And I had a contented smile on my face as he reached into his coat pocket, took out a checkbook and fountain pen, and wrote me a check drawn on the First National Bank of Porter, not once expressing any mood or emotion. But right about then, I would have hated to be Cousin Clarence for the next 48 hours. I folded the check and shoved it in a pants pocket and said, "You're not mad, are you?" "Oof." He swirled the ice in his drink and said, "I still feel like I'm getting cheated, and I don't like it. Just look at it as having the good guys winning one this time," I said, "both here and out on the marshes." "Ha," he said, scowling and looking out the open doors, where the lights of the harbor seemed to sway in the breeze. "Read your newspapers. There's an awful shortage of good guys out there. It's mostly guys with different shades of gray and different ways of dealing with things, just like you and me. And one word of congratulations. I have a pretty good sense of what you did out there on the marsh. I know the cops want to believe that old Jack Fowler merely tripped and fell and impaled himself while you were huddling in the marsh water, but I got a good feeling that you had something to do with it." "You do you? Any evidence of this? Any photographs?" He smirked. "Nope. Just knowing you and the way you do things, with your gun at the bottom of the harbor and with that idiot chasing you. I'm sure you came up with something creative. Just a feeling of mine, Louis. But I'm sure I'm right. All this talk about feelings, Felix. I'm beginning to believe you're from Southern California and not the North End. He smiled. How do you like being in my world? Working and running in the shadows, just over the line, sometimes stepping over, sometimes stepping back. I finished my beer. Give it a rest. I'm not in your world. He shrugged, picked up his drink. Like it or not, you're here. Might as well get used to it. I turned my back on him and looked at Fiona. I'd rather listen to the music. Chapter 27. When I was sure she was sleeping, I softly got out of my bed, and I stood there, nude in the starlight, just listening to her gentle breathing, imagining that I could hear the sounds of dust motes striking the hardwood floor around us. Though it was night, there was enough light from the stars and the waning moon to illuminate my bedroom, and her shape was quite visible, huddled under a single sheet on my old bed. The room and the house were quiet, and save for the sounds of her breathing and the ocean waves outside, there was nothing there that should have disturbed me. In the pale light, I made out our clothes in a pile on the floor next to my four-poster. On the far nightstand were the glowing numerals of a clock radio, 2 empty wine glasses, and a puddle of wax where a candle used to be. Underneath the bed was my 12-gauge Remington, but I was sure I wouldn't need it this night. No, not tonight. But still, having it there made me feel comfortable, and comfort has been something I've prized these past few years. I walked over to the sliding door that led to the small second-floor deck and slid it open, conscious of not making much noise, leaving the screen door shut. Nearby was my telescope, squatting on its tripod, but I left it there. I moved forward against the screen and looked out at the stars and the thin crescent moon and the rolling, curving waves of the Atlantic, and to the south, the lights and homes of Weymouth's Point. Through the mesh of the screen, I felt a faint breeze over my skin. I looked over at her to make sure she was still sleeping, and then I looked back out at Weymouth's Point, remembering where I had been that morning. That Saturday morning, I had taken my bike up to Weymouth's Point and eventually made it to the front porch of Alice Crenshaw's house. And she was there on the porch, sitting stiffly in a white wicker rocking chair with a drink in one hand and a cigarette in another. She had on white sneakers and a baggy pair of pressed jeans and a red and blue striped shirt that looked 2 sizes too large for her. The sleeves were rolled up, and her wrists were thin, looking like they were covered with scaly parchment. As expected, she had on her makeup this morning, but the lipstick was slightly smeared, as if her hand had slipped earlier in the day, and there were a couple of strands of light blonde hair floating free from her usual careful coif. I leaned the bicycle against the house and came up to the porch and stood on the stone steps, not wanting to go any farther. She lifted her drink and took a sip, her hands trembling, and she gave me a firm nod. "Figured you'd be up here eventually," she said. "To answer your very first question, I was at a second cousin's up in Portland. I was fine, and I'm still fine." I crossed my arms and rested against a white pillar on the porch. "Nice answer, Alice. But that wasn't going to be my first question." "Oh," she said, a demanding tone to her voice. "I thought that's what everybody wanted to know. Why crazy Alice was gone from her home without leaving a note or a message, and where'd she been these past days?" A seagull swooped over her large house and then flew away, not making a sound. I said, "No, not really, Alice. I knew you were all right. I just wanted to know why you ran, and why you didn't tell anybody what you knew about Jack Fowler." She turned away from me, her jaw set. "What I knew was my own damn business. I might have been wrong about what I thought was going on, and that would have caused a mess. So I did what I wanted to do. I got the hell away from here and figured it would settle itself soon enough without me being in Tyler. Sorting it out cost a couple of people their lives and a lot of heartbreak," I said. "Damn near cost me mine." "Pah!" This time she took a puff from her cigarette. "From what I heard and read, none of them were very innocent. And you look like you came through pretty well. It doesn't matter to me what happened here, Lewis, not one damn bit." She still wasn't looking at me, and she only moved slightly when I said, "Tell me what it was like here in Tyler back in '49, when you were at Tyler High School, Alice. What happened to Jack's sister? And why would Jack have been angry at you, Alice? From what Betsy Tyler told me, you weren't part of the clique that Jack Fowler's sister belonged to, but still he was furious. He tore this place apart and destroyed almost everything looking for you." She slowly smiled and turned a bit and said, "Looks like that's my secret, and the secret of whoever else is alive in my senior class. Looks like your magazine will have to do without old Alice Crenshaw's insight." I rubbed at my arms and said, "Still protecting your dad, the doctor, after all these years?" She sat stock still, and even though she wasn't moving, it looked like she was shrinking down upon herself. The stern set of her chin wavered, and she looked at me and said, "Leave my father out of this." "Can't do that," I said, thinking of the confirming phone call I had made to Betsy Tyler yesterday. "I remember what you said about your father, that he wouldn't turn anyone away, not a single family in Tyler, no matter what their problem. Well, suppose those problems were unwanted pregnancies. Did your father perform abortions back then, when they were illegal? Was that the case? And is that what happened to Karen Fowler? Your dad make a mistake, and like all good doctors, he just buried this one? Any other mistakes buried out there in the marsh?" "Lewis," she breathed, crossing her arms, still holding her glass and her cigarette. "So that's why Jack was going after you. He couldn't get back at the person he really wanted, so he went after the next best thing, the daughter of Dr. Henry Gilliam." She closed her eyes and leaned back in the chair, and neither of us said anything for a while. Then she started talking, in a low whisper that got louder with each passing minute. "Father was one for knowing right and wrong, or so he said," she began, rocking slowly in her chair. "I remember him telling me years later that it was only the luck of God and his angels that he hadn't been arrested during those years. Isn't it funny and tragic that a difference of a decade or two could mean a ruined career and a jail sentence? What he did back then is so common today that young girls don't even think twice about it. He performed abortions because he was a good man and a good doctor. He did them mostly for the poor women of Tyler and North Tyler and Falconer and other towns who couldn't afford to go to other states or find some back-alley butcher to take care of them. He was a hero, Lewis. And can you believe we lived in such a time? And that there are so many righteous people who want to return us to that time?" She shuddered and opened her eyes. "So you had Karen Fowler wanting to be popular and well-liked, So in her simple quest, this simple girl got herself pregnant. I don't think she even knew who the father was. And one night she came to this house and asked to see Father. He saw her later in the week, and that was that. I don't think Father ever knew what happened to Karen later on. Me? I think there was some complication, and she panicked, and something awful happened. And whoever was with her, they panicked too, and put her into the marsh. That's all I can think of what happened. I know my father. He wouldn't have done something bad to Karen Fowler. I shifted my stance, still not wanting to join her on the porch. Why didn't you say something when you figured it was Fowler out there? She grimaced and said, You have to keep true to your history. I had to keep true to my father and the memories of what he did for this town. Think of the scandal if his name had been brought up in all of this mess. Think of what had been involved. My God! His name is on the Little League field, the library, and the town flagpole. And there's my reputation and all the organizations I belong to. So I kept true. Oh, I knew what was going on with Jack Fowler, but I knew he was so stupid that he'd eventually get caught. And whatever he did, well, I really didn't like my classmates, and they returned the favor. Even now, I don't really care for them that much. If Jack went after them, they probably deserved it. I felt something awful in the air, and I knew I would be going very soon. Keep true to your history, Alice? Was that it? It sounds pretty pathetic. It sounds like you were letting history control you, just like Jack did, living and dreaming about the past and nothing else, ignoring or not caring what's next to you. Hard for me to tell the difference between the two of you. She sputtered and tossed her glass at me. It missed even the liquor, and the glass rolled harmlessly on the lawn. You can go to hell, she said, her eyes blazing. No thanks, I said. But I will just go. I went back across the lawn and picked up my bike, and in a few moments I was heading off Weymouth's Point, leaving Alice and her big house and her memories of her father behind me. She had tossed her drink at me. Not very original, but in a way I wish she hadn't missed. It might have made her feel better, if only for a moment, and that was about the only thing I could have offered her. I breathed in the salt air, looking out to the lights, a captive of one's past. Some accusation. I turned and spoke to the dark form sleeping in my bed. Paula, I whispered. Paula, are you awake? No reply. I crossed my arms, wondering why I was doing this, and I thought again of the faded memories that had driven Alice Crenshaw and Jack Fowler so far. I whispered, My name's Lewis Cole, Paula. You want to know my secrets? When I left Indiana University, I worked for the Department of Defense in an intelligence group, working as a research analyst. I was there for a few years. I read. That's all I did. I read a lot and wrote reports, and I was happy. I avoided people, controversies, and causes, and I lived and wrote and started to love a woman named Sissy Manning. And then she and some friends and even an enemy of mine died in an accident. We were exposed to something awful in the Nevada desert. I came here, and now I wait. There's always a chance I might get sick again, that I may not make it next time. And in the meantime, I want to do things. I want to make a difference.
I want to protect this little turf of mine. Those are my secrets." Her peaceful breathing continued. I remembered that day when we had breakfast, and how odd it had been to see a knife in Paula's purse. I had asked her about it today, and she had laughed, saying, "With all those bodies around, I was beginning to get paranoid, so I decided a knife would make me feel better." I slid open the screen and walked outside onto the deck. It was a few hours past midnight, and I could not understand why I was so awake. The stars were very bright, and I made out the early summer constellations of Pegasus and Cygnus and Andromeda, and about me the night seemed tranquil, with the waves tossing themselves again on the sands and rocks below me. To the south were the lights of Tyler Beach, and I looked over at the fine homes of Weymouth's Point, where the shape of Alice Crenshaw's house was darkened. I took a couple of deep breaths. It seemed right, in a way, though I had gone down some odd roads and lanes these past few days. Though I knew Felix would disagree with me. In this case, at least, the good guys did manage to win, though it wasn't much of a victory. There was a family in Lawrence that was grieving, and a couple more families in Tyler that were doing the same. And there were other lives that had been disrupted or moved or changed, and all for the sake of one June evening, when a man went to a summer cottage and found himself taking out his revenge on a 17-year-old girl for something that had happened a lifetime ago. Good going, good guys. Not much of a victory, but I would take it. Tomorrow was Sunday, and as I always did, I would make penance for being alive when so many others were dead. I turned to go into my house and back to the warm, sleeping form of Paula Quinn, and as I did so I scratched at my side again, and there was a sudden taste of defeat, sour and noxious. For on my side, just above my old scar, I felt a lump. The good guys had just taken a hit. This concludes Dead Sand by Brendan Dubois. Narrated by David Stifel, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Copyright 1994 by Brendan Dubois. This unabridged audiobook is recorded by arrangement with Severn River Publishing, LLC, and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.